Custom Fiber Studio. This is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cat there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, hello. Good morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, podcast platforms, 97.3 HD2, YouTube, all of it. Find us at all of those places. My mom was trying to ask me about the whole HD2 thing. I was like, Mom, HD pops up, but then you got to find the HD2, and it's complicated, and it's different on every radio, and I don't know how to tell you to do it on your car, but it does. It's there. It's on like all new cars. So if you can find a way to do it, it does sound a whole lot better. Crystal clear, high definition radio. And then, the podcast platforms. It has been a while more. I haven't read any Apple podcast reviews in a while. Haven't really gotten any. Now, I don't know, other people are like leaving it. I think we have around 2,100 ratings, which is nice. Still at a 4.6. I know, I'll probably say something stupid and get us marked down again. But it's been a little while since we've had a review left. I think it's been a few weeks, and I think I read these. One, mostly like right around the Super Bowl. So we're, if you guys have a review, we would love to hear from you. Please leave us a 4.7 star or above podcast review on Apple Podcasts, and we will read them on the air at some point in the morning. Even if you want to be mean, that's fine. Totally cool with mean. But just make sure it's got 5 stars with it. I would also say, you know how there are teams that get themselves really amped before going out for a game. Like if you were to be in the locker room before a football game or probably a hockey game or whatever, maybe even a basketball game, and the coach gives them like a fire-up speech and everybody's going crazy and they're banging on the tables or the benches or the walls or whatever, and everyone's jumping up and down and they run through the tunnel to some huge pump-up music and all the adrenaline is flowing. You know what I mean? That's not this show. We are very, very quiet right before we get on the air. Maura, Lyle, and me, man, we are very. I went in there right before the show. I was like, come on, guys. Are we ready to have a great show? And it's really funny to see the look at Maura and Lyle. Just like,
I mean, it was like that way with Justin, too. They just never hired morning people for this show.
It is hilarious. But then we get on the show, and I feel like it, once the music clicks in, we click into gear.
Yeah.
But it is a very quiet, almost somber scene right before we get on the show, and then bang, like the music hits, the lights come up, the YouTube feed starts, and off we go. So here we are today, and with some really good stuff to do, I would say. Again, a mix of football and baseball. This is sort of this in-between season as football's doing their off-season thing, baseball's doing its preseason thing, and we will go to Peoria and talk with Shannon. I miss Shannon over the last few days. One of my favorite parts of being down there was getting a chance to talk to her every day. But I got to say, Hawk Blogger kind of got us sidetracked yesterday. And, it sounds like something's going to happen sooner rather than later with Maxx Crosby. He had left us this message, he had talked with us yesterday, and I'll play the full interview at 6:30. And once he mentioned Maxx Crosby's name, it was like that was all we could focus on.
This is not a report. I'm not basing this off a sourced conversation, so I'll be really clear there. But it is based off of a number of conversations with a number of people across the league, with the organization, outside the organization, and what they value and how they go about their business. And I do believe it's very likely Maxx Crosby gets traded this week. Why? Because the Raiders need to know how they're going to approach their free agency. And that's a huge piece of their overall cap situation.
So I'm in on the idea of Maxx Crosby. I don't think that's a surprise. In fact, there shouldn't be one person around Seattle that in a vacuum is not interested in having Maxx Crosby on the team. The question is, what do you have to give up to go do it? Right? 28 years old, so he's not old. In fact, he's right in a sweet spot of the kind of age you would want to trade for. It's just that when Brian mentioned what it would take, I got a little antsy, a little nervous.
We know that they like him. We know that this is a position of high value. Why wouldn't they be involved? The only question is, what are they really willing to give up? And is it enough? If it's 2 firsts and Derek Hall, are you making that move?
No. I said yesterday, and I'll repeat it. The Seahawks have not been on the list of teams that are said to be, quote unquote, monitoring the situation. I've read like 6 teams or so. I know the Bears and I think it was the Cowboys and a couple of other teams that are said to be monitoring the situation. Why the Cowboys would trade Micah Parsons and then trade for Maxx Crosby does not make a tremendous amount of sense to me, but whatever.
Because Jerry Jones. Right,
that's a good answer. Right, as I was going to say, I don't know that you even need to answer that question. But, yeah, the Seahawks should be on the list. They should absolutely be having this conversation. I love having a big-time pass rusher, dominant player on the edge, and I think it would just take this team to another level. But in terms of what you give up, I get wary of trades like these. I do. I think that everyone always declares whoever gets that one great player to be the winner, and I'm not sure it actually works out that often for them. Having those draft picks does have value. Players who get traded often get traded for a reason. I want good players. When you start giving up multiple first-round picks and players off your roster, man, you better be damn sure. Really sure. Maxx Crosby's a great player. There's no reason not to be sure about him. But you start taking into account injury history and what you're giving up. And if that's a player who plays his position, it does feel a bit like you're robbing Peter to pay Paul. So we'll discuss over the course of the morning. I would absolutely want him here. I don't know that 2 firsts and Derek Hall would be a deal that I would want to make. But, there may be other teams willing to make a deal for more. So how much does your relationship with the Raiders matter? We're going to go to Vegas and talk to the voice of the Raiders, Jason Horowitz, coming up this morning at 8:30 as well. And then last thing here at 2:06, texting in, Salk, could you help us understand who are these Kraken? They're now beating teams they have no business beating. Why are they so wildly inconsistent? It's a good question. I don't have a straight answer for you. It's true. They are wildly inconsistent. They played 2 of the worst games you could ever play on the road to start the second part of the season here. They were awful. Lane Lambert thought they were awful. Anybody watching knew they were awful. They knew they were awful. They're terrible. Just 2 really bad games. They got smoked. And St. Louis is they're good. They're not that good. Dallas is a good team. And then they come home and play 2 of their better games of the season. Absolutely demolish a bad Vancouver team. And then last night, look, Carolina is one of the best teams in the league. And they took it to them. They were physical, really physical. Jamie Alexiak might have played the best game I've seen him play in a Kraken uniform. He was unbelievable last night, throwing the body around. I think he mortally wounded somebody in the middle of the ice. It's the first open ice hit I think I've ever seen him make. They were a completely different team last night. Why does it? I don't know. I don't have this is my guess. I don't have an answer. My guess is when you're generally not the more talented team, and they're generally not, you have to out-hustle, out-physical, out-play the other team. And it's hard to do that every night over the course of 82 games. It's hard. Everything needs to come together. So I think that's why you get some of the swings up and down. But I don't know. I like the lineup they've been using. I like getting Cade Fleury back in the lineup. I think that's been worthwhile. I like his defense. I think that helps. The 4th line played more than the 3rd line last night. I don't think that was an accident, and I'd like to see more of that as well. So I don't have an answer for you. They're playing better hockey, though. I hope that continues over the course of the homestand because they got themselves back in a playoff spot right now, 3rd in their division. So let's keep that going. All right, let's see. Honest question, Salk. Isn't this Trey Hendrickson part 2? No, not really. This guy signed up to a longer-term deal. He's also younger. Yeah, he's a better fit and a better player than Trey Hendrickson, as much as I wanted Hendrickson. It's just a matter of what you got to give up.
I was going to say, I almost feel like you were a little more convicted in Trey Hendrickson.
Because I didn't think you have to give up as much.
Okay.
It's not that I think that Crosby's a better player than Hendrickson. Don't get me wrong. I don't think that's that much up for debate. I think Hendrickson's really good, but I think Crosby's better. It's just about what you got to give up. And I don't want to, at this point, with Boye Mafe walking out the door, and we'll see what happens with DeMarcus Lawrence, pretty wary of giving up another one of your edge players in order to acquire an edge player. Doesn't feel quite right to me. We'll keep talking about it. I'm sure there's a right deal in there somewhere. It's just a matter of is somebody else willing to give up more. Let's come back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know. There's a bunch of cool stuff going on. And then you can hear that whole conversation with Brian Nemhauser, Hawk Blogger, coming up at 6:30 because he definitely got our gears turning. Stick around. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
Having one of those days where a little of this would make things so much better?
Fastball, strike three called. He got him looking. How about that for a Cactus League debut? Cade Anderson striking out the side.
We got you. You can stream every Mariners spring training game live for free on the Seattle Sports app. Making lives better through Mariners baseball, one
Goodbye baseball
at a time. Home of your American League West champion Mariners.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
When you buy a new vehicle from Lee Johnson, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty included.
Where's everyone going? To get their $15 St. Patty's Day raffle ticket from Washington's Lottery before they're gone. With a $1 million grand prize and only 250,000 tickets available, you better go get yours today. Game on.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Don't miss the John Schneider Show, presented by Silver City Brewery.
I truly believe defense wins championships.
Thursdays at 4, only on Seattle Sports.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
If
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
This season, go electric with Toyota's BZ lineup, available now at Toyota of Kirkland. Instant power, smooth acceleration, and a quiet ride that feels like warm-ups before the stadium fills. Come in, take a test drive, and experience the future of driving for yourself. You can take home your new BZ the same day right after you test drive it. Charge up this season at Toyota of Kirkland and visit them today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com. That's toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg & Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, Seahawks offseason kind of underway now. They tendered exclusive rights free agents Ty Okada and George Halani yesterday. So that means they're players with expiring contracts who have accrued fewer than 2 seasons. So if the team tenders a 1-year deal for them, which is usually league minimum, then they can no longer negotiate with other teams, which allows that organization to retain them. So I think in theory, this means that Ty Okada and George Halani won't be going anywhere. We have now talked a little bit more about the idea of trading for Maxx Crosby. Tom Pelissero has more on the market in general.
A few guys in free agency, but really a trade for Max, if you're not going to draft one, is probably your best way to get an elite type of pass rusher. Those guys just don't hit the market. So if I'm thinking, who would be the teams that would make sense for Maxx Crosby? Again, I think anybody who's a contender and has sufficient cap space or the ability to create it should be involved.
Well, that would certainly put the Seahawks on that list. How much would he cost?
What is that price tag going to be? Is it a first-round pick and more? Are the Raiders going to draw a hard line at getting 2 first-round picks? All those remain open-ended questions. But if we're just looking at this from a leverage perspective, when do you maximize your leverage? I would say it's sometime before the market opens 1 week from today. Because the moment some of these teams that need pass rush help go and spend that money someplace else, you start to run out of suitors, kind of like the Bengals did last year with Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, it's really good advice from Tom Pelissero. So I do think this could move fairly quickly. 2 first-round picks, if I'm the Seahawks, I think I have that conversation. You start adding additional players, especially at that position, and I think I probably would balk. But I think it's a really worthwhile conversation for them. And I do think that they've had, we know they've talked to the Raiders. We know they've been close twice to making deals for Maxx Crosby. So maybe the third time will end up being the charm.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, Mariners had a nice little day off in the desert yesterday, so hopefully everybody got to go out, play a little golf like I did. Oh, my God, was it nice at Chambers yesterday. Just 60-something degrees and perfect. Oh, my, just amazing. Brian will make his second start of the spring this afternoon as they take on the Angels. We are still kind of monitoring this Bryce Miller situation as it turns out, reports that he's got this oblique problem. Ryan Divish with more.
It's not appearing to be real serious. He was out doing stuff the other day, activity. Anytime you're talking about oblique or your side area, they try to be pretty cautious because, it's really easy to have setbacks, and it's really easy to make things worse. Oftentimes, too, like you have one oblique, you injure that, and you're trying to baby it, and you make the other side worse. So I think they're going to be pretty cautious. I think he's on no throw for 5 days. Pretty certain he had a PRP shot in there. So once you do that, you have to sit down for a few days to let that plasma work itself in. And then after that, he'll start picking it up. I'm sure he'll start light toss.
All right, so all of that sounds not that serious, not that bad, but I totally agree with Ryan. It is an injury that tends to lead to re-injury or maybe another injury because of it. So hopefully just spend the time, give him all the rest he needs, because the last thing you want is this to be a recurring problem over the course of the season. WBC begins really tomorrow. Chinese Taipei against Australia in the Tokyo Dome. Team USA doesn't play until the 6th. They'll be in Houston, but their manager is Mark DeRosa. He set the rotation. He's going to go Logan Webb in Game 1, Tarek Skubal in Game 2 before Tarek says, I'm out of here. Peace. I'm going to throw 55 pitches and good luck. And then Paul Skeens faces Mexico in Game 3. So that's sort of the beginning of this thing. Cal's there. He was happy to talk on MLB Network about just how incredible that locker room is.
Just kind of in awe walking that locker room with that many good players in one place and guys I grew up watching. And it's kind of weird that we're all on the same team, but in a way it's really cool and really special and really excited.
And it does sound like Cal is like being typical Cal about this whole thing. How much are you going to catch?
No, I mean, I'll do whatever he says. So.
What about lineup?
I don't care. whatever it takes to win.
So if Aaron Judge is hitting behind you or you're hitting behind Aaron Judge, you don't really mind?
No, I don't care. I'm just glad to be here. So glad to be here, and I want to win. So whatever it takes.
That's on with our guy Greg Amsinger. Can you imagine Cal being like, "I'll only hit behind Aaron Judge. I'm not hitting in front of him." That just would be the antithesis of who Cal Raleigh is.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I mentioned Kraken playing one of their better games of the season yesterday, and it paid off to a win over Carolina, which currently sits atop the Eastern Conference, so that is not a cheap little win. Capo Caco got them on the board early.
Turnover by Shane Wright. Puck comes off his skate. Capo Caco, they might have a 2-on-1 the other way. Catton with him. Here's Capo Caco. Shoots, scores! Capo Caco got it. 1-0 Seattle.
Yeah, it looked like it was 2-0 later, but then they nullified that thanks to a Shane Wright offside call. No matter, Ben Myers got it back. They survived just a ridiculous Carolina flurry late in the final minutes, including a 6-on-4 for a minute and a half, but they get the win. Joey Decord, 35 saves. He was super fired up after the game, which was awesome. And 11 hits for Jamie Alexiak, the big rig himself. Finally throwing his way. More games like that, please, Jamie. That's all everybody wants from you. Just go take 10, 11 hits a game. Use that big, giant frame to create some physicality. They'll host St. Louis tomorrow. They got Ottawa on Saturday. And that is everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show.
So Cal also went on Pat McAfee's show yesterday, and from what I could tell, it looked like they were about to have Paul Skeens on, and Cal was just kind of hanging out and
just waiting.
Pat McAfee was like, "Dude, you come over here too." So he's like, "Oh, okay." Yeah. But they kept calling him. Pat McAfee kept calling him Dumps. Like, "Hey, Dumps, you come sit over here." And I wasn't sure how I felt about that.
When your nickname gets a nickname?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does feel. I mean, whatever.
It's kind of a McAfee show thing.
I think it kind of feels that way. Yeah, it's been sort of a day for those types of shows. You got McAfee with Cal. Mike McDonald was on with Pardon My Take, and like I listened to the cuts that we've got. It sounds mostly like them talking, and Mike's just sort of like, yeah. So I don't know. I don't really have a lot to play for you guys from it, but if you want to go listen to it, Mike was on there.
I thought it was fun.
Fine. Seemed like them.
They're pretty good interviewers.
Well, it sounded like, whatever. From what I heard, I didn't hear the whole interview, but it just sounded like them talking to him.
There were some funny cuts in there.
Yeah?
Yeah. Like the AJ Barner thing.
That one. Brock's going to use that later. What were the others?
Oh, there was a bunch of others. They were kind of like making its waves through social media throughout the day.
Okay. Well, anyway, Brian Nemhauser, Hawk blogger, joined us yesterday and kind of got us going down a pretty intense road regarding a huge possible Seahawks trade that would certainly change their future. Stick around. You'll hear it next on Brock and Salk.
9 out of 10 experts agree wearing earbuds at work is the universal signal for leave me alone. So grab the earbuds, pull up the Seattle Sports app, and trade that annoying coworker's endless yapping for this.
He's at the wall. Cal Raleigh's first one of the spring.
Listen to every Mariners spring training game live for free, only on the Seattle Sports app. Improving lives through Mariners baseball, one
Sparkling play by Josh Naylor
at a time.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. Child custody is the most emotional issue our clients face. And if you're a divorcing father, the relationship with your children is about to change. But that change doesn't have to be for the worse. Kids already feel the stress of parents who don't get along, but they can thrive after a divorce. Kids trust their dads. Their dads trust Goldberg Jones. Go to goldbergjones.com to get your questions answered at no charge. goldbergjones.com.
It's spring training, and it's a perfect time to take a swing at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton on a new 2026 Tacoma. At both stores, lease the Tacoma for $309 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing, or finance with 2.99% APR for 48 months. Like spring training, Toyota of Renton and Kirkland have standout opportunities with new prospects, except their prospects are vehicles that you test drive. They're not ball players, but hey, whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com. Offers valid through March 2nd, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealers, accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Model 7540.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Bundling your home and auto with Progressive could help you save without sacrificing quality. It's the smart thing to do. And as a hockey fan, you always know the smart thing to do.
Shoot the puck.
And you let the players know it.
Shoot the puck.
All game.
Shoot it. Come on, shoot.
And sometimes even after.
Man, rough game, huh?
Yeah, they should have shot the puck.
So bundle your home and auto with Progressive. It's the smart thing to do. But you already knew that. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Join the Seattle Sports Commission for a star-studded fundraising event featuring the athletes and icons of Washington sports. Experience red carpet interviews, sports exhibits, a silent auction, and live awards show. Created for the sports community by the sports community, all while supporting the nonprofit power of Seattle sports. Don't miss your chance to be among the stars on March 13th at the 91st Annual Sports Star of the Year presented by Microsoft. Get your tickets now at seattlesports.org.
Don't miss Three Tree Roofing Mariners Cactus League Baseball.
This could be 2. JP has it, goes to the bag, steps on second, fires to first, double play.
Broadcast times at seattlesports.com.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Get away from it all and discover a place where good times are guaranteed.
At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining at the steakhouse. Catch your favorite sports on our wall-to-wall screens and sink into pure relaxation at the spa. Tee up at Loomis Trail for championship-caliber golf and experience your favorite musicians live at the Event Center. Visit SilverReefCasino.com and book your stay today. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, I got to admit something to you, Brock. Are you okay with me giving a little? What do we always say?
Is this a confession? I said this at the men's conference Saturday. Confession, good for the soul, bad for the reputation.
Good for the soul, bad for the reputation. As we welcome in our friend, Hawk blogger, Brian Nemhauser, I will confess to you guys, I have been less focused on the draft this year than ever before. I've spent.
Well, it's early, Michael. I mean, it's March
early.
2nd. It's March 2nd.
But the season went so long, right? All the way through the Super Bowl and then the parade. And then you got the Mariners who have a World Series contending kind of a roster. We went right. I have spent less time even thinking about the draft than I normally would have at this point. Didn't pay any attention to the Senior Bowl like we did last year. Like, it's just been a different kind of a vibe. The Seahawks aren't going to pick until 32. They only have 4 picks. So I do need some help kind of getting up to speed, because I'm guessing I'm not alone of being people that just haven't focused on the draft yet. So.
And on top of that, and the biggest factor is you've got your own looming free agents in a way that we've never experienced like this.
Certainly not in a while, that's for sure. So, Brian Nemhauser, Hawk blogger, you were there, as you've been the last couple of years, in Indy. How was the Combine?
Well, I'll tell you one thing, boys. It was not warm like it was down there as I was seeing you guys in spring training.
It's pretty warm in spring training.
I got there and I immediately had to go find someplace to buy like a beanie and like warmer shoes. Like, I did not come prepared for the teens that we were dealing with. So a little jealous of your Arizona weather, but no, it was great. And for people that don't know, and I didn't know this honestly until I started going, the Combine's really not about the draft. Like, believe it or not, it's not about the draft. Most of the conversations that happen there are about free agency. And I think that the thing to really pay attention to this week, guys, we just deemed this in a show I was doing pre-agency after the Combine and before free agency. Last year, this is when DK Metcalf got traded. This is when Geno Smith got traded. This is when Ernest Jones was signed. This is when, in years before, Russell Wilson was traded, and all these different moves. So I think that when John Schneider left last week, he was on my flight home. I think he had all the information he needed to decide whether or not he's even going to have a first-round pick this week, or maybe Maxx Crosby becomes a Seahawk this week.
Okay. So, great. And you just had to do that, Brian. Really? In the first 2 minutes of the interview, you really had to go there?
Yeah. Because who wants to pick 30 seconds?
Let's bring it.
Well, I appreciate you saying it. I appreciate you bringing it. Let's be very clear. all this talk about running backs and whatever positions that just don't matter that much compared to defensive end edge. And if Boye Mafe is going somewhere else, and if we don't know whether or not DeMarcus Lawrence is going to return, and if you got one more year left on Derek Hall's deal and Chen is older, another year older, isn't that a position of tremendous need while still being a position of tremendous importance?
100%. 100%. And all this, it's not just a conversation with the agents and the markets and all that factors in. It's where is their strength in the free agency market and where is their strength in this draft? And how does that then make you decide as a general manager where you're going to put your chits, like where you're going to make your bets? And I'll tell you this, guys, this draft is just not that good. Like, it's just not that good. I think you hear this every year. Oh, there's really only like 11 to 15 first round picks really in this draft. I'm not sure there's really a single blue chip player other than maybe I'd put Caleb Downs, the safety in that mix. But even Mendoza, to me, like, he would not have been one of the top 4 quarterbacks taken 2 years ago if you were in that class. So I think this is a very, very like mediocre draft. I don't think the Seahawks value their 32nd pick that highly. And I think that if you look at this and say, you don't still know for sure about DeMarcus Lawrence, Uchenna Nwosu is a $19 million cap hit. You can save $11.5 million by moving on. You've got Derek Hall going into the last year of his deal, and you got Boye Mafe likely leaving. That, to me, by far is the most important position for them to address. And for as good as the Seahawks were last year, I think we can all agree their edge rush was not dominant. It was good. It was a good edge, but it was not a dominant edge rush. You add Maxx Crosby to that group, there's no other move you could make that would have a bigger impact for this team over the next few years than making that one.
Well, this is going to overwhelm then a lot of the conversation, because as we teased you coming on, it was last year you had made mention of the Geno situation and the possible pivot. It was the Gray Zabel fascination coming out of the combine. So is this just you putting on your thinking cap and walking through it? Is this because last year we know that John and Pete had a deal to trade Geno and DK for Max, and then the GM was like, over my dead body, Pete, get out of here. We're not doing that. What is this kind of born out of to stir it up?
This is not a report. I'm not basing this off a sourced conversation, so I'll be really clear there. But it is based off of a number of conversations with a number of people across the league, with the organization, outside the organization, and what they value and how they go about their business. And so I do believe it's very likely Maxx Crosby gets traded this week. Why? Because the Raiders need to know how they're going to approach their free agency. And that's a huge piece of their overall cap situation. If that trade gets made, why wouldn't the Seahawks be a team that's interested? We know that they've actually been interested twice. There was not only the one that you mentioned, Brock, but at trade deadline, the report was that the Seahawks had a move made for Boye Mafe to Kansas City that was contingent on them acquiring Maxx Crosby, and they couldn't come to the deal there either. So we know that they like him. We know that this is a position of high value. Why wouldn't they be involved? The only question is, what are they really willing to give up, and is it enough? If it's 2 firsts and Derek Hall, are you making that move?
No.
Like that's they're
I would
going to look
not.
for
For the
Micah
record,
Parsons
no.
kind of deal.
I would not do that. That'd be a flat no, because that to me is because it's robbing Peter to pay Paul. I'm not interested in robbing Peter to pay Paul. I'm interested in adding, and I would the 2 firsts. I think there's a conversation. Giving up one of your other young edge rushers, I don't understand what the value would be there. The whole idea is to put together an edge rushing group that can come at you from different angles. So I'd be out on that. As much as I like Maxx Crosby, that's a no thank you.
Here's the logic for that, and this is where it ties back to the draft. And didn't mean to take us completely off the draft. We could talk draft because it is all related, right, guys? So this is actually a good edge class. It's not like full of dominant players, but there are guys that give you a little bit of Derek Hall vibes. Like you can get a guy in the second round that you like at edge. So imagine making the move for Maxx Crosby. Now you have by far a better edge. Like there's no question Maxx Crosby is a better edge than Derek Hall, as much as I think we all like Derek and think he's part of the future. Then you have still DeMarcus Lawrence. You could keep Uchenna Nwosu if you choose to, or you maybe find a new deal. And then you draft a young edge. I'll give you a couple names that I like. I like Denis Dennis Sutton from Penn State. Excuse me. This guy is 6'5", 256, runs a 4.6 at that size. One of the best athletes you're going to see. If you don't like him, Zion Young's an interesting name who actually looks a lot like Derek Hall in his play style. So imagine, Mike, you get in a situation where instead of Derek Hall, you have one of these Malachi Field.
Nope.
Like there's a couple other guys.
Nope.
Malachi Lawrence.
Nope. Still going to say no. And I'll tell you why. First of all, in your scenario, you traded your first round pick. And second,
Yes.
so these guys are second rounders or later. Okay, fair.
Zion Young's a first rounder most likely, but I think the first two guys I mentioned could be second round picks.
Let's say with your second round pick, you literally drafted Derek Hall.
Yes.
In 2 or 3 years, he'd be good. Like that's the fear I watched Derek Hall over the course of what has now been a few years. Love the kid, love the player. It took him a few years in order to figure it out. Now, some of that I'm sure was getting finally into the Mike Macdonald system. And, we can talk through whatever happened before Mike Macdonald got here and why all those edge guys didn't really advance as much as they should have. But it still took some time. And he's not alone in that. Trey Hendrickson, sort of the same deal, right? A lot of these edge guys take a few years before they turn into what they're ultimately going to be.
Well, I think the Seahawks also like what they saw in Connor O'Toole and Jared Ivey, who were undrafted free agents last year, who were on the roster, by the way. They weren't even necessarily on the ready squad, and they didn't play much. So these guys, they wanted to protect these guys. I talked to both of those guys as they left for the locker, left for the offseason. Connor O'Toole knows he needs to put on some weight to be able to defend the run better. He already has, shown some flashes as a pass rusher. So I think that there are some additional guys along the path. I don't think you can count on those guys yet. But look, Mike, I'm a little surprised because you were
Brian,
Mr.
Brian, let's be really clear about something. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me be really clear about my partner of 17 years. If Jay Glazer or Adam Schefter and we break into our show, well, it'll probably be Bump and Stacy's show. That's when all the news breaks. If news breaks that Maxx Crosby has been traded for and it's 2 firsts and Derek Hall, my partner is going to end up being very excited.
I'll be excited about it, but I'll still think they gave up too much. And it's not that I don't. Hey, you got to draw a line, man.
It's because you don't see the rest of the plan, I think. So, and I'm not saying you.
And I'm sure there would be a rest of the plan because you're not going to go into it with just one pass rusher. But for me, it's not about just having one guy. It's about the depth at that position, and it is of all that and D-line, all the way across the defensive line, including the edge. I just think there is a
depth.
Yeah, you need both quantity and quality, and this would be, to me, nod against.
But what you are getting
here,
here's the thing that I don't think we know enough, and why John Schneider, to Brian's point, has been so after this guy, because he's exactly what Mike Macdonald would take from even great to elite or elite to Hall of Fame. Yeah. And I don't think that's an exaggeration. The dude plays the run and the pass in a way that as good as DeMarcus Lawrence was this year, Salk, and he was, this guy's at a different level and gear and stage of his career. And he's going to give you that for at least a couple more years. Now, Brian, there's a lot of money tied to him, correct? He's got I remember talking to Brady about this and why a trade was also kind of hard because you are assuming a huge base salary each and every year.
Yes. It's a very tradable contract though. So in that sense, that's not going to be the thing that's going to keep it from happening. But yes, he is under contract. This year he has a $30 million base. Next year, $29 million. 2028 it goes down to 26 and then 27. So this is a guy that, to me, you're saying we're going to win another one. We might win another 2. And for us, he's more valuable to us than he is to the Raiders because they're not going to contend in the next couple of years. Yep. And there's other teams that are not willing to give up what the Seahawks are willing to give up because they have more needs than the Seahawks have. To me, I don't, you guys know, I don't like to just bring up names because it's a fun thing to talk about. I know it's fun to talk about, but I think that there's every reason that this would make sense for the Seahawks.
And this would be the week. Just like this would be the week, right? Pre-agency, as you said.
Yep. This would be the week for it. So, I also think we're going to find out whether they sign these free agents like Rashid Shaheed or Ken Walker or Kobe Bryant this week. All this stuff's going to happen this week to determine then what they have to actually go after in free agency next week. And we could talk about the draft, but like, I think the cornerback class is really strong. I think they can get some corners. I think if you like, I know Brock, you love the offensive lineman. There are some interesting, I think, names at the guard position that could end up falling to you. But I don't know that there's any.
But it's this week. This week and next week sets the table for all the rest of that.
What do you see happening of the free agent, the current free agents? Do you see them getting a deal done with any of them?
My best guess is it's an odd one. I think Rashid Shaheed might get done this week, and I don't think that's the most important signing that they could make, but I think it might be the most likely because, one, I think Rashid Shaheed has been very clear he wants to come back. That has not changed since the moment he was traded for here, and I think the Seahawks would like to have him back. And generally, when that's the case, there's an opportunity to find a middle ground and get that deal done before free agency begins. Now, Ken Walker, I think everything I'm hearing and was hearing at the Combine, I think the number is going to be too high, at least for what the Seahawks are willing to spend. And there were some running backs that did well at the Combine that might have made Seattle feel better about some of the other running backs that they could get. David Montgomery was just traded from the Lions, so that's not an option. But I think the other name to watch is Kobe Bryant. I kind of had assumed he was gone because Ty Okada had stepped up. But again, the Seahawks wanted Kobe Bryant back. They negotiated with him before the season. He, I think, loves it here. That's another one that it's a very deep safety class. His agent might have found out he's not going to get the same deal he thought, and maybe they come back to each other. So those are the two that I think are most likely.
Biggest takeaway from your sit down with Mr. McDonald in Indy?
Man, the Seahawks are they set up well. They just are set up well, and it's not just because of the players on the roster. It's a guy that you guys have spent time with Mike. You know what Mike's like, his journey has been, and he is so comfortable now in those moments.
It's crazy. Our little butterfly. He was in his cocoon of pausing, his cocoon of pausation. And now he's been he's the Super Bowl gauntlet. He just conquered it, right? Staring to the sky instead of the cameras in the post-Super Bowl victory, sitting in front of the podium over and over and over and over again every day at the Super Bowl. So by the time he got to the Combine, look at him. He was a butterfly just flapping his wings with everybody.
It was great. I'll tell you a couple newsy things I got from him, though. So I asked him, I've been waiting to ask him this question for a while, which is, can Nick Emmanwori play outside corner for you? And he said, absolutely. And, he also said he could potentially play deep safety, but we were focused on outside corner. He also said, and I asked this question intentionally, if you found another player that had Nick's skills, and I couldn't even finish the sentence. And he said, yes. I was like, could you have two players like that in your defense? He says, yes. And the reason I asked that is because there is a player in this class that reminds me a little bit of Nick. He's not the same, but he reminds me a little bit of Nick, and that is Emmanuel McNeil Warren, a safety from Toledo. So if Nick can play outside corner, that might have some effect on Josh Jobe. It might have some effect on who they draft. So that was interesting to me that as many places as Nick Emmanwori can play, that's one I don't think we've talked about.
You know what strikes me the most, and I said this a little bit.
Would you want him to play there?
I think that you want to get the best players, most talented players on the field, and if he is, Mike did say, to your point, Mike McDonald said, you don't want me training to run a slow marathon, right? So you don't want to put a player just there because they can play there. You want to put them in the best position,
right?
But if you get another player with that skill set, that might end up being the best personnel you can put on the field.
It strikes me, and I said this last week, and I just kind of listening to McDonald and reading and just kind of capturing everything I could from afar last week down in the desert, Brian. It just strikes me how much perception and reality is so skewed when it comes to John and Mike. Because typically, historically, defensive coordinators are what? Defensive coordinators are all the reactionary ones. Defensive coordinators are reacting to the Shanahan and McVay and all the offensive just evolution. And yet Mike McDonald might be one of the most evolutionary coaches there is in the NFL. That's just how his brain works. I don't want to stand pat. What are we going to do? How are we going to evolve? John Schneider, in much the same boat. You would think a GM of 3 decades would be like, old, stodgy, caught in his ways. He's the exact opposite. He's just and he doesn't present that way necessarily at all. But yet these two, do you get that sense when you're around them? And man, from an innovation, from an evolution, from a push the envelope, they're about tip of the spear in the NFL.
I 100% agree. Especially with Mike and that. Look, one of the other things I talked to him about is he had a bunch of the coaches had special projects they worked on last year. I know for a fact Mike McDonald spent a lot of time diving in specifically into Sean McVay's offense and Kyle Shanahan's offense. And I think you saw some of the fruits of that labor, at least in the 49ers games this season. And so I asked him, like, what do you have to trim out of your offseason when you lose, like, basically 2 months, 6 weeks, whatever you want to call it? He's like, I don't know yet. Like, he's not willing to say what he's not going to do. But, you got to recuperate a little bit. You got to refresh because these guys are coming back. The players are going to be coming back to the facility in a few weeks. Really.
Rory was already posting last night, right? Didn't I see something that he was already back in the Seahawks gym?
Crazy.
So I think it's all going to come really fast. It's going to come really fast. And I think that, the good news there, Brock, is a lot of the innovation and a lot of the things that they need to set as a foundation, they did last year. And now this season, it's about building on top of what's already been set and probably more tweaks than large changes.
Pivots, yeah. So what do you think? Push comes to shove. It's pre-agency week. I like the way you kind of frame that. We may steal it. I'll give you credit. I don't just steal without giving credit. So, this is pre-agency week. Give me a percentage of something that Salk and I are going to be talking about. Like, whoa, something's going to happen this week that's going to dominate a bunch of our airtime. Do you think it's likely?
I think it's over 50%. I think it's over 50%. That'd be my best guess.
That's pretty high.
Yeah. Yeah, and that does not mean that I think it's an over 50% chance that they're going to trade for Maxx Crosby, but that certainly would be the top thing on that list. Look, you don't have to trust me. Just look back at John Schneider's track record. This week has been a very, very active week in the last 4 years.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
You got Salky's wheels and gears.
Well, yeah, because a game wreck. I got a text here from Aaron in Denver. Salky always wanted a game wrecker. I still do. But I also love depth on the defensive line, and I think that was a big part of why they had such success. I'm bummed that for whatever reason, Boye Mafe does not seem to be on their radar. I think I understand why, but I'm still bummed about it. I really like him as a player. Don't love him as a player, but I really like him as a player, and I like the role that he played. And if that's walking out the door and we don't know what's going on yet and they have to at some point find out what's going on with DeMarcus Lawrence.
Did you get any smell of that at all, Brian?
Like, where are we at there?
No, I mean, I got that from DeMarcus during post Super Bowl in the locker room, but you don't know where his feelings are. And then obviously there's some comments he made during the parade. You also don't know how certain you can be about those. I think the indication is that he wants to come back. I think part of this might be, guys, he might want a little bit more money. Like, he outplayed that contract. So this might be a little bit of a leverage game to say, yeah, I might retire, but if you give me a little bit more to recognize how great of a player
he's got a sixth mouth to feed, for crying out loud. Exactly. Man, that's a lot of mouths to feed.
It is
right
a lot
there.
of mouths.
I know.
Yes.
He and Jake Peets, man. Can you imagine? Like the dinner tables there.
Kind of. But Sean and Philip. Yeah, Sean Alexander and Philip Rivers, like, oh, really?
Dude, you don't know anything about this.
Yeah, hold my beer.
All right. Thank you, buddy. This was great stuff. Thank you for going to the combine and for doing all of this hard work while we were not working very hard in the desert.
Whoa.
I mean, we were hanging out. It was great, but it wasn't like it was hard work. Huh?
Did you golf?
A little bit.
Oh, you don't want to talk about it, though. You don't want to talk about it. All right, that tells me all I need to know.
I played at Phoenician. I played at Sun City. It was fine. It was fine. I played okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I don't know. I thought we were grinding 10-hour days.
I didn't feel like I was grinding. No,
you didn't.
I didn't feel like there was any grinding. Zero.
Yeah. It was a grind in Indy, but it's great to see you guys, and we'll talk again soon.
That was Hawk Blogger, who joined us yesterday and certainly sent us down a path with the idea of a Maxx Crosby trade. And, yeah, a text comes in here. Where'd it go? So, Salk, are you telling me if they made that trade, you wouldn't like it? You wouldn't approve? Yeah, I think so. I think that's what I'm saying. Like it's not like I think it would ruin your team, but I would be surprised and probably not in love with the trade that left you without Derek Hall in that situation because of the way you build an entire defensive line. I saw people yesterday saying, Salk, make it Mafe in 2 for. Well, you can't. He's a free agent. So you can't do it with Boye Mafe. That doesn't work. I saw somebody else say it with Ken Walker, like, yeah, that doesn't work. Those guys are free agents. You need somebody who's still currently on the team. I just don't see why the Raiders would even want someone like Derek Hall who's going to be a free agent himself in a year. How does that make sense? If they're going to deal Maxx Crosby, don't they want younger talent back for him? So this is a conversation, and we'll dig into it in a little greater detail next. And then there might be another name that makes sense here as well. And it's another huge name. Maybe not quite Maxx Crosby, at least not at this stage of his career, but it's a name we got to discuss. It's coming up on Brock and Salk.
MLB Network insider John Morosi with Wyman and Bob.
John, looking at this Mariner team, who's the biggest competition in the American League?
Good question. I'll say this. There's no team in the American League whose chances to reach the World Series I like better than those of the Seattle Mariners. When you look at even just today the way the lineup looks, Donovan, then Cal, then J-Rod, then Naylor.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and watch the full interview.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in no time with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Trees' big supply of privacy trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
If you actually are the person that will take care of them after the fact, if you actually will be there for them, if you will pick up your phone, then they come back to you.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. As a family law attorney, I know firsthand the challenges and obstacles men face in divorce and custody matters. Our firm is committed to protecting what matters most, and we're on your team. Find us at goldbergjones.com.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you've seen it all. As long as it all happened directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HAWK to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HAWK to 321-321. That's HAWK to 321-321. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of murder.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! Oh, man. Let's see. Hi, buddy. How are we?
I'm pretty good, Salky. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well.
Doing pretty well?
Yeah.
You missing the desert a little bit? I can tell you're missing the desert a little bit.
Not yesterday. No, not at all. 60-something degrees out of Chambers Bay. Perfect day. Played some good golf. Awesome company with my buddy Ben and Shane Pranty, who was just, I think, a 2 under. Maybe it was a 4 under, 68.
Whoa.
Yeah, this is no biggie.
Whoa.
Yeah. He's just a machine. It's just absolutely not even fun to play with him.
Is that the club or the pro at the home?
Yeah, he
course?
was for a long time. Yeah. And
nice.
he just, no problem. Yeah, just a very different.
Can you believe how,
game.
could you imagine how arrogant you would be if you shot 4 under? You would be
at Chambers?
You would be
I'd be
insufferable.
insufferable. Yeah.
You really would.
I would. Yeah, there'd be no living with me.
Like I've said before, like the Apostle Paul had a thorn in his side. Like my thorn is I have no voice and I've got all these, colorblind, tone deaf, all that stuff. Like if I could sing, can you imagine how insufferable I would be?
I'd be pretty insufferable if I could sing also. I'm with you on that one. Like those two things would be pretty great. If I could be better at two things, singing and golf would probably be pretty high on the list. But on the other hand, he kind of got cheated. He only got 68 shots. I got like 86, 87 shots.
True.
So, I feel like I maximized my time out on the course a whole lot better than he did yesterday. So I read a report last night. We spent the day talking about the idea of dealing for Maxx Crosby. I read a report. I think it was on Fox Sports, that the Raiders were looking for 2 firsts and a player, essentially what Brian Nemhauser told us yesterday, and that they were essentially looking for the Micah Parsons deal. I thought about that a little bit, and maybe this is relevant to you, maybe not. Crosby is 28.
He'll be 29 in April.
Still very much in his prime, but 28, going to be 29. Micah Parsons was 25.
Yeah, that's a huge difference. Huge difference to me. And hadn't really got paid yet and looking to get paid and just was kind of in that cycle of things where you have 5, 6, 7 years. This is, to me, probably 3 years. Although pass rushers, we see it with Jared Allen and the guys that really know their craft. Yep, they can play into their mid-30s. So, to me, those two.
But the difference between 25 and 28 is pretty significant.
It's absolutely significant. Absolutely significant in this, I think, in this case. So if that's what they're looking for, and that's kind of the starting point, what you're looking for and what you end up with, can be two very different things, especially, Salk, as this week evolves. I think that's one of the other kind of key points that Brian made is in this agency period, this is when you want to get it done. If you're the Raiders, this is where you need that kind of clarity kind of moving forward to put all the other pieces together. And you do not want to be the Bengals with Trey Hendrickson last year and go through that debacle of the entire offseason and force yourself into a corner. So there's going to be a lot of demand. There's going to be a lot of other teams that have cap space. There's going to be a lot of other teams that, are capable of doing the deal, Salk. I mean, it's not 30. I don't think it's 20. I don't know if it's even 10. But you're one of the 10 if there's 10.
Although I've not really seen the Seahawks name out there much. There have been maybe 6 teams that are listed as kind of monitoring the situation, and they haven't really been on that list. Yeah, I think trying to figure out how far you're willing to go for something like this is an important exercise. I got a text here a few minutes ago that said, "Is there anything you won't complain about?" I'm like, well, I'm not complaining about the idea of Maxx Crosby.
What were you complaining about last hour, Saul?
No. I was saying that I wouldn't do that deal. I wouldn't do 2 firsts and
a
Derek Hall.
Okay.
I just wouldn't do it. Mm-hmm. And then the response is, well, you want a ringer, and now when you're complaining it'll cost too much to get it. No matter who you get, you'll complain. No, I think it's just about establishing the right value for what you want to go out and get. Like I don't know whether 2 firsts and Derek Hall. Maxx Crosby's a great player, and I would love to have him on this team. Part of the success I think we saw was all of the depth they had along the defensive line this year and coming at you from every angle. I don't know that makes it worth it to me at that point. Coming up with value for the right player and drawing a line on how far you want to go is not the same as complaining about it. It's saying, okay, this is what's worth it. This is when it's, ceases to be worth it. It does make you start thinking about other names that could be available. I did see yesterday that Khalil Mack could be a possibility.
He's a free agent.
Now, he's 35, so you're in a very different headspace there.
Yes.
But
I'll give you let me give you a couple reasons as I kind of sat on this and let it marinate last night, because I gave you an instant answer of yes, 2 firsts and Derek Hall.
Yeah, you were very, very quick to
I
say
was.
yes.
And I think part of that is because they really want this guy, and they have shown that. They've shown that they were willing to trade Geno and DK for him. They showed at the trade deadline they were trying to put together a multi-team deal with Boye Mafe. Like, there is something that John and Mike in particular, and I think Mike is driving just as much of this as John is, like, this is the guy for my scheme. This is an absolute fit in every single way. And we can get him for the next 3-4 years. Like, let's go. For everything DeMarcus Lawrence brought to that room, and he did in major, major ways, Max does that, and maybe even more at the age and stage where he's at in his career. So it's like the Mariners, right, wanting Luis Castillo or or Brendan Donovan. Like, if that's what they really want, it's because they know this is a terrific, terrific fit. And he's a guy that can play more snaps than some of those other guys that you had to play because of, as you mentioned, the waves. You weren't going to play DeMarcus Lawrence as much as the Raiders play Maxx Crosby.
Right.
You can play him 70% of the snaps. He's got an engine, and he's got a conditioning, and he's got a sustainability. Like, he's that dude, man. He is that kind of game worker.
I get it, Brock. But now the difference is, a year ago when we were talking about this with Trey Hendrickson, and I'm going to circle back to him here in a few minutes. A year ago when we were talking about this, you had both Mafe and Hall. So you're in a pretty different situation. If you needed to deal one of them, you still had the other. I think what you got to remember we're talking about here is this is the idea of trading for a great player in Maxx Crosby. While losing Boye Mafe, and in this hypothetical, dealing Derek Hall, all the while under the impression there's a decent chance that DeMarcus Lawrence retires.
Yeah, and they're going to say, okay.
That's not 1 for 1. No. That is gaining 1 and losing 3.
That is also the current present tense and the optics that we have that they don't have. And it was good because Brian is so tied into this team and brought up Jared Ivey and Connor O'Toole. Like, in their mind, if they think that, Boye Mafe with his experience and everything else was a 9, they think they're an 8.
I mean, maybe, Brock,
and they were on the active roster all year. They didn't expose them to practice squad. That is also an enormous tell, much like it was with the whole Seahawks last year. Like, you're really going to play Sundell and you're going to trust a rookie? Like, yeah, we like our guys. And on top of that, there's going to be a guy in the second or third round that is very much a Derek Hall or Boye Mafe. Maybe, in this scheme, fits even better. So, like, in the present tense, it may look like, geez, I'm depositing a lot.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Kind of like my situation of booking flights. Like, we're kind of...
Brock, if it turns out that the two undrafted guys in year 2 or something, great. But if you're telling me that's what you're counting on when you're making moves like this, that would surprise me. Again, I hope that's true. I hope Jared Ivey, and I hope they're great. That would be awesome. But that feels a little rich to start betting and banking on that. Let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
Maxx Crosby for 2 firsts and Derek Hall, or sign Trey Hendrickson? Like, I don't know. That seems like a much... Like, just sign Trey Hendrickson. I love Max. I think Maxx Crosby's better. Don't get me wrong.
I mean, he's a different... Right, he's a different... He's a
Maxx
one.
Crosby's better.
Trey's maybe at this stage a 2 or 3 with a real injury risk.
Like,
so,
who would you... Like, I would rather have Trey Hendrickson plus 2 first-round picks and Derek Hall, who I think is potentially... Look, I really like Derek Hall. I feel like that's a guy that could become Trey Hendrickson. Like, he is turning into something. He had a great year. Wouldn't you rather just sign Trey Hendrickson?
I don't think so, man.
Really? You'd rather
because
give
again,
up 2 firsts and a player that plays that position well?
Yeah, because again, Mike, I don't know what those numbers are. I know what they are for Max, and they actually diminish over the years, contract wise. Number one, number two, they didn't go after Trey Hendrickson. I don't think they see him as the fit that this guy is. They think this guy's a bona fide ace. They think he's Scooble, Paul Skeens, obviously. To go after him the way they've gone after him on multiple occasions now, I think they believe that he's a difference maker. I think they think that the Rams can block Trey Hendrickson next year. And to make this move, you make this move because the Rams cannot block Maxx Crosby. And Matthew Stafford's going to be feeling him, breathing down his neck every single time he drops back. Unlike this year, where there was Boye Mafe, and there was Derek Hall, and there was DeMarcus Lawrence, and there were those guys that couldn't impact those Rams who are going to be your Super Bowl contender in your own division twice a year.
All right, well, we'll see what direction this goes. This is still a fun conversation, at least until Dallas decides to give up like 12 first-round picks. And then you're like, all right, well, so much for that plan. Coming up next, Brock, we will take you through everything you need to know. We got football to talk today. We're going to go to Vegas and learn a little bit more about the Raiders' needs. And then, of course, we'll go down to Peoria, talk to Shannon a little bit later as well. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
ESPN senior baseball writer Buster Olney with Bump and Stacy.
Can you remember a season with this high of expectations for the Mariners?
No, nothing like this. Starting the season, a World Series appearance seems totally reasonable. If you pick any other team than the Dodgers to win, given their strength, you're kind of inventing a reason. But I'm picking the Mariners. I've got them on the record. I just don't want to be like everybody else and pick the Dodgers.
The full interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here. It was fun being down in the desert last week and watching our baseball team and seeing how much time those guys spend to prevent injury. It's the same thing with the football team as well. A big reason why they were champs was limiting the number of injuries, but you don't have to play pro sports to know what I'm talking about. I know that many of you on this Tuesday morning, you just woke up with painful joints from arthritis, tendonitis, bursitis. It affects you. It hurts. Well, that's where my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine in Kirkland, that's where he and his team are ready for your call. 425-823-4000, 425-823-4000. Dr. Nelson has seen so many patients walk through his doors with painful hips and knees and shoulders and backs. He's the only doctor with over 3 decades of experience in pain medicine techniques. So that means he's seen it all. And now, he's got all of the regenerative medicine tools as well, including stem cell therapy and platelet-rich plasma to get you pain-free. If you're living in pain, it's affecting your quality of life, please don't wait. Give Dr. Nelson a call, 425-823-4000, or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Do you have a car sitting around collecting dust? Well, turn that car into cash at Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Not only will they purchase your vehicle today, pay you right up front, but it gets even better because once they resell your old car, they share 50% of their profit with you. I'm here with my friend Mark Clymer from Wayscar Ford in Auburn. So, Mark, it's been a few years since you started offering this. How's it going?
I got to tell you, customers are loving it. They're getting top dollar for their vehicle up front. They're getting paid right now. And the best part is when we resell that vehicle, they're getting 50% of the profit.
That 50% has now amounted to over $1 million shared with customers. Why do you think it's working so well?
Let's face it, it's Thunderdome out there with all the auto theft, the identity theft, and the other scams going on today. Less and less people are comfortable trying to sell their car themselves. So we offer them a way to get a lot more money for their car without having to go through all the hassle of trying to sell it themselves.
And it's only at Wayscar Ford, Isuzu in Auburn. WayscarFord.com.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control design. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is a job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Get broadcast times for every Three Tree Roofing Mariners Cactus League broadcast.
Holy smokes, he does it again!
At seattlesports.com.
It's funny how you get used to things in not so ideal condition around the house. It's Dave Wyman here, and for me, it was old windows. After 20 years in our home, virtually every window had a broken seal. We got used to cold drafts, outside noises, and condensation. And if you're in the same boat, use this spring to say goodbye to the old, dreary windows and hello to your new exclusive windows from Harley Exteriors. Right now, they're having a spring cleaning sale to complete your home makeover. If you buy 10 windows, you can choose between 20% off your entire project or get a free door. On top of that, make 0 payments and accumulate 0 interest for up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade, manufactured right here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Call 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today at harleyexteriors.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, well, here's what we do know on the Seahawks right now, Brock, as we're waiting to see what else goes down this week. They did tender exclusive rights free agents Ty Okada and George Halani yesterday. So those are players who have expiring contracts, but they've had fewer than 2 seasons accrued. Essentially, I think that means those two guys come back next year, right?
100%.
Which
yeah,
is great.
they were undrafted free agents, so there's no draft compensation. Yeah, you're going to sign them back. They're going to get 1-year deals. I don't know, a little over $1 million or so because they were undrafted guys, and they're going to be great fits, great role players, part of that 70-ready crew that won the Super Bowl a season ago.
Interesting to see what kind of a role Ty Okada ends up playing. Kobe Bryant, obviously, is a free agent, so a little bit of a question mark there. He filled in very, very nicely, but I think you kind of like that as your extra safety, just given the number of games he needed to play in that role. We've been talking a lot about the idea of a Maxx Crosby trade. How much would it cost? Here's Tom Pelissero.
What is that price tag going to be? Is it a first-round pick and more? Are the Raiders going to draw a hard line at getting 2 first-round picks? All those remain open-ended questions. But if we're just looking at this from a leverage perspective, when do you maximize your leverage? I would say it's sometime before the market opens 1 week from today. Because the moment some of these teams that need pass rush help go and spend that money someplace else, you start to run out of suitors, kind of like the Bengals did last year with Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, makes sense. And again, I think the Clint Kubiak and Rick Dennison and some of the people from here going to Vegas, we've seen that in the past, play a role of familiarity, of knowing the personnel and knowing the players. You practice against them every day. You practice with them every day. Like, hey, man, with all of our needs here in Vegas, maybe it's a Mason Richmond. Maybe it's, a Bryce Cable-Do. Maybe it's who knows what that player is going to be.
That to me is much more attractive. Then I'm having a very real conversation. Honestly, I don't mind giving up a decent player. I just don't like the idea of giving up another edge rusher in the deal.
Where does that come from?
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Peter and Paul are a little bit more your vibe than mine, so maybe you have a little more history on this one. Mariners, Brock, with a nice day off, but they'll get back to it today against the Angels. Brian Wu will make his second start of the spring, so good to get him out there. WBC starts tomorrow, and then Team USA will open up against Brazil on March 6th in Houston. So Mark DeRosa set his rotation. Logan Webb goes first, game 1. Then you get Tarek Skubal, who said what? He's going to go 55 pitches and then leave?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks.
I'm out.
Tarek, that's cool.
55 and out.
Paul Skeens takes on Mexico in game 3. Cal's there. He's ready to go. He was... asked about the speech that Mark DeRosa gave.
Yeah, it was great. I think, I don't think it takes much to get these guys ready to play for Team USA in this kind of event. I mean, he could have said anything. I think guys have been ready. So, but he was great. He had a great speech and was very direct to the point, and we're ready to go.
Talking about punching tickets.
I will say this, Salk. One of the best things for baseball was I was a little gun-shy, a little nervous about this WBC because we know some of the injuries of the past, especially with the arms. Did you see Pat McAfee's set yesterday? Did you see the whole arrangement that he had set up there around Team USA?
I did not. No.
It was incredible. I took a picture of it, or I tweeted it to Justin Barnes. I said, this is what I would like our setup to be next year, not director's chairs. I would really like this setup. Now, we don't have a mountain. We have a cell tower. At the base of the cell tower. They're literally on the field with the mountain in the background. I don't know if it was Camelback. It was unbelievably beautiful. And Pat McAfee is going to be embedded all week. This is one of the better things. I know part of his motivation is Team USA and all of that, but it's also all the Major League Baseball stars.
Yeah, it's good for baseball.
I don't think there's any better way to get exposure. We can make fun and crack fun and but that dude gets eyeballs, big eyeballs.
Tons.
And a bigger new audience. These dudes are pretty cool. Cal's pretty cool. Judge is a freak show. And Skeens is kind of fun. This is going to be a really, really good week of exposure for baseball around that set.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Really nice game for the Kraken last night, Brock. One of their better games of the year. It paid off, too. They beat Carolina, who's a very good team. They're currently atop the Eastern Conference with 82 points. Capo Caco got them on the board early. Then it looked like they were going to go up 2-0, but, of course, Shane Wright was offside, so... Never mind. No matter. Ben Myers got it back a little bit later.
To center ice. Kicks it over now. Freddie Gaudreau in front. Tip just off the goalpost. They score! That one will count. 2-0 Seattle. Ben Myers got it.
Yeah, they survived later, kind of a final minute flurry, 6-on-4.
Versus a power play, right?
I know. Yeah, no good. But 35 saved for Joey Daccord. He was really good. 11 hits on the night for Jamie Alexiak. No, not Jacob Alonsenbruck. He had his normal 7. But the big rig, Jamie Alexiak, throwing the body around, including one absolutely devastating hit across the middle. He played. That's probably the best game I've ever seen him play.
Wow.
Like he was actually using that gigantic body to hit people. More of that, please, Jamie.
By gigantic, what are we looking at?
Alexiak?
Gigantic. Yeah.
He's the biggest guy on the ice, that's for sure.
He is the biggest guy on the ice.
Oh, yeah.
I was taking a look today, 22 games to go, 60 in, 3 points back of Vegas for the division lead.
Yeah, they're in a playoff spot right now.
5 points up for the last playoff spot right now.
Alexiak
is... Talk to me. Are we talking about like that reliever we saw at 6'5", 280?
Let's see. Give me an Alexiak height and weight here.
I thought he was like 6'7".
6'7", 252.
Big boy.
Does that count as a big boy?
Yeah, on skates.
On skates?
Yeah,
he's a big dude.
I call him Big Rig.
But he doesn't hit like that all the time. Like, okay, if you're going to be 6'5", 250 or 6'7", 250, let's hit people.
Well, you can't hit people like that every night, can you?
All right, 11 is a lot, but how about 4 or 5? Not 1 or 2.
Sure.
That'd be nice. That's everything you need to know.
Guys, robbing Peter to pay Paul originated in 16th century London, likely referring to the diversion of funds from Westminster Abbey, which is dedicated to St. Peter, to pay for repairs at St. Paul's Cathedral.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you, Maura. That's everything you need to know.
So it wasn't necessarily, it was not a biblical principle. It was a cathedral principle. Okay. All right. I got it.
What would be the adjective form of cathedral? Cathedralic?
Maybe.
Cathedralic? I don't know. I'm not sure what the word would be there. Anyway, thank you, Maura. Appreciate you looking that up. We got some more free agent stuff to discuss here, Brock.
We do, so.
Because I think you got to fit this whole conversation about Maxx Crosby or anybody else into your existing free agent class of 5 guys. So I think I have a plan to look through this with you. We'll do it next on Brock and Salk.
Having one of those days where a little of this would make things so much better?
Fastball, strike 3 called. He got him looking. How about that for a Cactus League debut? Cade Anderson striking out the side.
We got you. You can stream every Mariners spring training game live for free on the Seattle Sports app. Making lives better through Mariners baseball, one
goodbye baseball
at a time. Home of your American League West champion Mariners.
All right, Mike Salk here. My friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel have some really great entertainment options coming through. Hinder on April 4th. Pop 2000 Tour will be in August. And then I think I'm going to have to go back and see Queensryche in October. I saw them at the old Snoqualmie, and now that they've got the whole new ballroom and the whole new concert venue, I think I'm going to have to go back and see Queensryche again because they're really good. While you're there, you can check out Falls Buffet and the prime rib they've got, the fresh pasta, the stir fry, the pizzas, the whole deal. It is Seattle's closest. You can find more at snocasino.com, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hi, Chuck here at Frank Lumber the Door Store. Something that happens here most every day are customers and contractors looking to purchase doors they can take today. Frank Lumber has a good selection of pre-hung display doors that are ready to go. And if we don't have what you need today, whether it be style or size, and you find a door in stock, we can still get you taken care of quickly. Come visit our showroom and bargain barn in Shoreline. Also, be sure to check us out online at franklumber.com.
Compassion, communication, results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com. That's pendergastlaw.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found Tax Relief Advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Brock and Salk
weekdays 6 to 10.
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, the Seahawks, Brock, have essentially 6 guys that are free agents, right? Essentially 6. Ken Walker, Boye Mafe, Rashid Shaheed.
Sorry, I'm just texting Schneider. It looks like I'm trying to see.
Okay, yeah, get that done over there. see if you can figure out what direction all this is going. Essentially 6 guys: Walker, Mafe, Shaheed, Woolen, Bryant, Job. Right? Those are kind of their 6 free agents that are in this conversation. So trying to figure out what they're going to do with those 6 guys. And the next thing I would look at would be, all right, what are their needs right now on paper? I think the needs are, and this is assuming none of these 6 people were back, the needs would be running back, edge, cornerback, and wide receiver, right? Mm-hmm. Is there anything I'm missing in there where you're like, they really need to take care of something? Right guard is still obviously a conversation, but it doesn't sound like a direction that they're likely to go. So I kind of look at it and say, okay, running back, edge, cornerback, wide receiver would be your top needs. And obviously some of that is dependent on not really knowing what DeMarcus Lawrence is doing right now. Yep. And those are your 6 guys.
By the way, I totally co-sign on what Nemhauser said yesterday. The more that I think about that with DeMarcus Lawrence, it's like, I think in the aftermath and the glow, like, I'm not retiring. You kidding me? I'm going to run back my boys.
Right.
And then maybe after the parade and getting home and the 6 kids and everything, like, I'm not retiring, but I need a little more.
Yeah, wouldn't mind a little more money.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind, maybe throwing an extra $1 million or $2 million to kind of thank me for my efforts and keep that engine revving for 26. A
little reciprocity.
Hey, man, I gave you a great return on investment, an unbelievable return on investment. Now, take care of me just a little bit more.
And I wouldn't have a problem with them doing that.
No, I don't think so.
I feel like they got pretty good value for him last year. Yep. He absolutely exceeded the value of that contract. And if he needs a little bit more to stick around for another season, all right.
So if he tells you he's back, Salk, and you get that done, you give him another $1 million or guaranteed $2 million more bucks.
I'm willing to have very different conversations at that point.
Then we're having a different conversation.
Then I'm willing to have some different conversations. I would still really like to not give up Derek Hall.
Yep.
But I'm willing to have a very different. If you've got DeMarcus Lawrence back, yeah, of course, the whole world changes because then you've got him and Chenna, and you've got the third guy if it's Maxx Crosby in this situation that you're bringing in. Yeah, I feel completely different than you're down to Chenna and one other.
Yep.
That to me would be a little bit more nerve-wracking. So, all right, so look at these 6 guys.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, by all accounts, Boye is not coming back.
I don't think he's coming back.
Okay, so we're just going to write that one off.
I don't think I would put out of those 6, like if we're going to kind of do a little ranking here, Salk, of the most likely back versus those that are going to be wearing a different uniform. And if you bought a Woolen jersey or one of these guys' jerseys, you probably...
It sounds like Boye Mafe and Rick
maybe
Woolen
you donate it to Cars for Kids.
Are tied for last, right?
Woolen is 6. I already know who it is. Salk, I already know who it is. You don't have to tell me who it is. Okay? You don't have to tell me who it is. So we'll put
Woolen at 6. Not coming back. Not
coming back. Not going to happen. Nope.
All right, that's number 6. Boye is going to be number 5, right?
Yes.
It's everything Brady has said and everyone else just like, yeah, Boye's just not coming back.
Yeah, market's going to give him probably a 3-year deal, and he's going to make some really good guaranteed money, and they're going to look at the pressure rate numbers and the body and coming off a Super Bowl championship, and he's a great guy, and he's a team guy, and he's been a durable guy that, I think the market, I just don't think he's, like the word I think of with Mike's edges, through his years in Michigan when I covered him, through his years in Baltimore, and certainly what we've seen these last couple of years is rugged. He likes rugged, right? Get
really
your hands... And that's not really over 4 years of really pouring into him and really developing him. I wouldn't put rugged as kind of an adjective.
No, and I really like him.
His resume.
I like the player, like the guy, but I think you're right. That's probably not the best fit. And for whatever reason, they're just not going down that road. So, okay. So Boye is 5th.
Mm-hmm.
That leaves you Walker, Shaheed, Bryant, and Job.
Yeah, I think K9 unfortunately is 4th, and I think that has to do with the big money that's going to be thrown his way. Some of what Morris sent last night with a running back market that years ago was like the old oil wells in Texas. They were dried up, and now we get to frack them, and now we can make billions out of some of those wells. See also Landman, Salk, when you watch that, or in real world, if you want to see Texas Tech University's funding of all of their programs. So same money, same process, and the running back market 4 years ago and 5. Pretty dry. Not anymore. Not anymore. Not with Saquon, not with Josh Jacobs, not with Javonte Williams getting 3 years, $24 million, 16 guaranteed. Even what David Montgomery brought back.
Right.
People were like, what? For a backup running back at 29? Like, what? Yeah. So that market's going to have some value, and somebody's going to, I think, give him a Josh Jacobs deal. I think he's going to get 4 for 48 and 30 guaranteed, and I think that's more market condition than team driven.
Okay,
fair.
I think I can agree with you there. I'm going back and forth on this one a little bit. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I think I might have actually put Rashid Shaheed 4th and Ken Walker 3rd. But honestly, I think it's kind of a toss up between the two. I look at Shaheed and everything you've mentioned before. The Raiders have so much cap space, and he brings a few things that they might need. And I understand Brian's point yesterday that he's a guy that wants to be here, seemed to like it here.
Mm-hmm. So he knows the other side. K9 doesn't know the other side. All K9's known is to be a Seahawk.
Right.
All he's known is the quality of this organization. Shaheed has seen the other side and knows that grass can be kind of brown. And how fun winning is, and how important winning is.
That's true. I guess did he do enough last year?
Shaheed
as a wide receiver?
I think that's a very fair question.
Not as a runner, as a returner. He was awesome. I mean, he really was great. And
As a
obviously,
runner, he was great.
he was tremendous. He really was. And if that was what they wanted and need, like,
Do you link some of them having success late in the season running the ball to him, though?
I honestly don't know what to say about that, Maura. I don't know. I know that would be a question, that they, I'm sure, are trying to figure out.
He doesn't strike me. Here's the one thing he doesn't strike me as. He doesn't strike me. He strikes me as a good pass rush or a good pass route runner. I don't think he's an elite pass route runner. He strikes me as an elite speed guy. He could run by anybody and did that this year. He doesn't strike me as a real contested catches guy. He's not going to be Puka Nacua, right? Who, if the ball is there, it doesn't matter. Like, it's just contested or not. He's not as smooth as Jay. Like, he's not in that stratosphere of a receiver,
right?
At all.
But he's super fast.
He's unbelievably fast.
He's really good returner.
He's part running back. He's a
really
returner.
Good guy.
Yep.
So I see value there, but
Now, the good news on this one, unlike K9, the draft market for running backs, not good this year. Not good. Not like it was a couple years ago in that Scadaboo class where he was a fourth rounder and all of these guys littered in every single round, Salk. So it's not very good. So K9's going to have a market because there's going to be teams with needs. Shaheed, there's a deep receiver class.
It's funny you say that, though, Brock, because listen to Ian Rappaport. Now you can take it for what it's worth, but he kind of went the other way on the running back market.
Almost never, it feels like, do we have this many good, productive, young running backs who are set to make some money. And the Javonte Williams deal really set it up to where it feels like $8 million plus is probably the market here. For instance, if David Montgomery gets a new deal, I would imagine he kind of comes in around there. You have teams like Denver Broncos, Seattle if they lose Ken Walker, perhaps the Kansas City Chiefs, perhaps the Jacksonville Jaguars. You have several teams that need a running back and want to go into the draft saying, we don't have a gaping hole. These guys are going to get paid in a way that we haven't seen in some time. And at the least, Mike, we're going to rebuild the running back market probably where it should
All right,
be.
well, never mind. I read that wrong and actually kind of proves your point. So maybe you're right. Maybe Ken Walker is a little less likely. I'll be honest. It's hard for me to imagine that any of these four guys are back. Ken Walker, Boye Mafe, Reek Woolen, and I'm going to put Rashid Shaheed in there, whether he's 3 or 4. I think
so. I'm going to put 0% for Woolen. I'm going to put 10% for Mafe. I'm going to put 25% for K9.
What's the most you'd be willing to pay K9 a year?
I mean, I love that Javonte deal, but that's not realistic. You're going to, he's going to have more demand and market if you were like 3 years, 24. I'd love to give him a 3-year deal. Maybe if even a bump from that, 3 years, 30. Would I pay Ken Walker 3 years and $30 million? Yeah, I think I'm.
No thanks.
Depends on the structure, maybe more where like the average per year is that.
Yeah.
But one of those things where I can get out after year 2 and,
No thanks.
I don't have to guarantee all that. You're out on that?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Probably going to be out on that. What was your percentage on Rashid Shaheed?
Yeah, I'd say he's closer to like 1 and 3.
All right, 33.
I think he's closer. Not a 0 to me. I think he's a 1 and 3.
All right.
And again, I think there's some factors at play there. With teams are going to be paying their own elite guys, like the Rams, like the Seahawks, with draft classes that are elite.
Yeah. Looking
at the guys that are second, third, fourth rounders that have become incredibly dynamic, solid, game-changing players. Like this is there's enough flavor here in this receiver draft and enough first-round picks that maybe that deflates a little bit of that Shaheed.
Well,
market.
and then that's going to get you back to, and plus you drafted Torrey Horton last year, and I think you kind of liked what he brought if he could stay healthy, and that's certainly still a concern.
You see, he's not even going to participate in OTAs.
I don't like that. Yeah, he just seems to be having difficulty
what is
with
going
that.
on?
It leaves you with 2 last free agents. And honestly, I think these are the 2 that have the best chance of coming back. It's
100%.
Kobe Bryant and then Josh Jobe. I look at Kobe Bryant and say the safety mark, there's a bunch of, that's like the one thing that's in this draft, right? Is a bunch of safeties and stuff like that.
Yep.
I don't know that we heard it from Hawk Blogger also yesterday, his market might not be great. I think they would like to have him back. He's been a productive player for them. I hope not too expensive a player for them. I don't want to see them go crazy spending money at that position either. And Ty Okada did do a really nice job filling in for him last year. They played just fine when Kobe Bryant wasn't in there. So I don't know that you need to break the bank for Kobe Bryant. But I might put that one at 50%.
Mm-hmm.
Like that feels 50-50 to me.
Yep. Agreed. I would agree with that. I think that's a fair number. And Kobe bet on himself, man. They wanted to get it done last year. They absolutely had a deal on the table for him, and he said, nope, kind of like Boye, kind of like a bunch of these guys. So like, nope, I'm gonna bet on myself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna bet on myself. I think I can up that value, and I think over the course of the year he did. Is he gonna get a Julian Love contract out there? Is there a 2 or 3 year deal for $36 million? You're certainly not going to pay him more than Julian Love.
I just, how many people are you going to pay, right? So I like the idea. I think Kobe's got a possibility, and I like him, and I think that the market depresses his value a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm still only going to put it at 50-50 because I just don't know how much you want to spend on the position. And then, honestly, it leads you to the number one guy is probably Josh Jobe, which sounds a little funky. But think about kind of what he's done, who he's been, Brock. As you said, he fits that. What was the word you used earlier? Rugged?
Rugged.
He's rugged.
He is.
He tackles. He comes up in space. He absolutely maximizes what's in that body, and he's not going to cost that much.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like he might be the top
he's the
one
most
at like
likely.
65% or 60. Put him at the 2/3.
Yeah, maybe even higher than that. If the team kind of recognizes that and the player recognizes that, like those two sides both recognize this is the best fit for me. And once again, a guy that's been a lot of other places, collegiately, professionally, has seen the other side, knows what he has here. They signed him back last year when there was not that much of a market for him. So, yeah, I think he would be the most likely, and that would ease maybe the need a little bit as far as what you're going to do in this draft, and gets you back, Salk, to what you, I think, rightfully hit on all the time, man. Line of scrimmage, line of scrimmage, line of scrimmage. Baseball is pitching, pitching, pitching. Football is line of scrimmage, line of scrimmage, line of scrimmage. And you get that done with him, you kind of narrow your sights to make sure you replenish, whatever needs to be done there at the point of attack.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
We've been very football heavy so far this morning. I promise we're going to switch to some baseball coming up at 8 o'clock, and a really interesting view on the Mariners that Morris sent over last night that I think I have a little bit
Boys
more
had an off
perspective
day
on.
last night, huh?
They did, yeah. So we'll get back to that coming up at 8. Brock, right now, 3 good football questions, starting with this one. Mike McDonald spoke to the
This is the life-changing group for one Lyle Goldstein.
I know.
Okay,
But I almost said PTI. It's
Lyle can lie to us. Lyle can lie to us. Say he grew up listening to us, that we matter to him. I think we've proven that that's totally and completely untrue.
Yes.
It was, guys, pardon my take. Pardon?
Yeah.
Is that what it's called?
See, you get a little confused because you want to say pardon the interruption.
That's right.
But it's pardon my take. And then
That's
right. Mike McDonald on there talking about A.J. Barner. What'd you learn?
Oh, this is pretty good. It's pretty good, man. He let his guard down, and we have a bunch of that sound to him. But do you want to know why, Salk, I coach tight ends? Do you want to know why Bill Wernovsky had me play tight end my sophomore year, get my hands on people?
Because they won't let you coach quarterbacks?
You want to know why a lot of my DNA in these bones is a tight end? Listen to Mike McDonald with Big Cat yesterday.
My last question is, could you give us 2 barks?
He goes, give me 2 barks. Hoo-hoo.
There we
Give
go.
me 2 barks. Hoo-hoo.
AJ Barner told me, he's like, you got to ask for 2 barks.
We'll do it right in the middle of the team meeting. AJ will just start barking in the middle of the team meeting, and then I'll just like, I probably need to do that now.
So you bark back at him?
Oh, yeah.
Do you bark louder?
No.
Wait, so he yells, give me 2 barks?
No, so that's Jay Reed's thing.
Yep.
But then, like, when AJ gets, like, excited, he'll just, like, bark.
Start barking in the meeting.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
and then you, as a dog, have to respond to the barks.
Yes.
3 things here, Salk. 3 things. I mean, number 1, I bark at sea lions, and they bark back at me.
True. Yeah.
Me and A.J. Barner got a lot of that. Number 2, between my loud noises and my claps, I'm an irritant to many others. And I'm sure when A.J. starts barking, guys in the team room, some of them are like, dude, really? Again?
Well, it sounds like Jaron Reed's calling for it.
Well, as Mike said, he doesn't even have to call for it. All of a sudden, Barner just starts barking in the meetings without even a call to it. Call to action. And then lastly, we got to work on McDonald's bark, man. That's weak.
That was a weak bark.
That's like, I don't know what species of dog that is, but that is a.
I mean, he's got a golden retriever.
That sounds like a retriever / golden doodle. I need more out of my head coach than that. Just play the beginning of that again. Listen to his barks.
I don't think that was his.
Yes, it was him. He barks.
Oh, I thought that was
Mike
one of the interviewers.
No. This is Mike McDonald. I watched it, Salk. I watch it every day.
My last question is, could you give us 2 barks?
He goes, give me 2 barks.
What's wrong with that?
That's not bad, actually. It's not as bad as I thought.
I thought that was fine.
But if you're going to do it, it's got to come from the gut, right?
I mean, that was more of like an army.
Like bark?
That doesn't sound like a bark at all.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really.
Honestly. Sounds like Laura Malloy coming down that tunnel.
No, that doesn't sound like a bark, what you just That was more like a bark.
Thank you.
But even then, like...
But can he squawk?
Huh?
But can he squawk?
Yeah.
Also, after Aaron Judge's speech yesterday, anything sounds enthusiastic.
Correct. You hear that, Salk? Come on, Judge. You're the captain of America.
Whatever.
Weak.
No kidding.
Can I hear your bark?
No. Question number 2.
Here we go. 2 barks. Come on. Come on, old man.
What?
Salk, give me 2 barks.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. It's not interesting.
Lyle, give me 2 barks.
Oh, God.
Oof. That's why I'm not doing it.
Yeah, I mean.
That was horrendous.
Mora, give me 2 barks.
If you're not going to go for it, you got to not do
Mora, give me 2 barks.
If you can't commit, just don't do it. Telling you. You either got to commit 100% or don't do it.
Eardrums. Brock's hurt my ears.
Yeah. I like
Lyle, give me 2 barks. Lyle, 2 barks.
Wasn't 1 enough? Let's be real.
No, come on. You can give me a little bit more. Lyle, give me 2 barks.
I read that Salukis aren't barkers.
No? They're
Now
quiet dogs.
I'm sweating in here.
Oh, that's on you. I feel like we just did this, Brock, but who's the most signable Seahawk free agent this week?
Yeah, I kind of like that little exercise, Salk. That was kind of fun to go through that.
Yeah.
That was borderline scientific. On the Brock
Borderline.
Salk Show.
Let's not get carried away.
I'll rip through it again. These are my numbers. You can agree to disagree. Woolen's a 0%, Boy is a 10%, K9's a 20%, Shaheed's a 33%. I think Kobe is a 50%, and then ultimately Job gets a whole lot closer to 85% for me. You? Give me your percentages. You won't bark for me. Can you at least give me this?
They were pretty close.
Woolen?
I'm going to go 1%. I'll give him the 1%. 5%.
K9?
30%. A little higher than yours.
A little higher. Shaheed?
25%. A little lower than yours.
Kobe?
50%.
Yep.
Job 70, 75. 70.
Yeah.
70%.
70%.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't think we're that far off.
Mm-hmm.
Slight disagreement on Shaheed versus Walker, but
yep.
I think we're pretty much in the same camp there. Question number 3. All right, so Huskies and other local folks at the Combine, how'd they all do? I see Boston had some trouble catching.
He had a little trouble catching, which is surprising because he is a natural pass catcher, and he is a terrific contested pass catcher. So I don't know if that was a little bit of nerves or what it was, or just compared to others that caught it very, very well. And I get where Nemhauser's coming from, Salk, when he's like, this is a bad draft, man. This is bad. Because, as I said, it kind of falls off the cliff after 100. But the top 100 may not have blue chippers, but it's got a bunch of that next level. Like, these guys they're gonna come in and contribute as rookies, and then some are gonna grow into, being starters and difference makers, especially at receiver. He did not run. A little disappointed in that.
Okay.
I understand it. Maybe in with a group that was really fast with 4.2s and 4.3s and low 4.4s, like you don't want to be below average. So I understand that, but he didn't run. He jumped well. He did not catch well. The 2 corners were the star of the show for the University of Washington. Carver Willis, tackle, going to be a late round, undrafted guy. That's great. Jonah didn't do anything other than weigh in and have some fun conversation about pass protection. So the 2 real stars were the 2 Arizona transfers. Ephesians Prysock and Takario Davis, both 6'3", very long, both helped themselves. Because when you're that long levered, you better move fast and change of direction and straight line speed. And change of direction will always be a question for both of those guys. They're not the most immensely physical, but they needed to run fast, and they both ran fast, and they both jumped well, and they both tested out just in those measurables, like check that box, ooh, great length, check that box. So I think both those guys helped themselves, maybe even up to the third round for one of them possibly. So good day for them, but Jonah and Denzel are going to have to put on a show at their pro day.
All right, that is today's version of Blue 88. A lot of text coming in here.
I could fill up the phone lines, Salk, and I could get so many. I could get so many people barking.
A lot of people saying things like, "This is why Brock is annoying. Brock is very annoying. Please, no more barking. Yes. No more barking ever." Why do Huskies always have to bark? They're very annoying.
It's what we do.
Yeah. So I would say, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
That's fine. Take a risk.
Well, it's just giving you the response.
But it does let you into AJ Barner in those meetings because there's going to be some like those texters that are like, AJ, like, enough. But then there's others who are like, well, that's just AJ.
Right.
And I love that dog in him, and that's who he is. And he literally will just have to bark sometimes. Remember how much you and I loved, and I could still maybe get little hairs standing up on my arm, when on that Wednesday of Super Bowl week, Mike McDonald said, AJ, hey, take the pads off. We're not taking the pads off.
Right.
I want to take the pads off. Like, we're gonna hit, and we're gonna hit New England right in the mouth. And yeah, man, he came to life over the course of the season, and it sounds like he's kind of a lively soul in their team meetings, which you need.
All right, coming up, Brock, we are going to shift gears, talk a little baseball. I love this view. It's a different way of viewing an organization, and I think it should make Mariner fans very happy. It's next on Brock and Salk.
9 out of 10 experts agree wearing earbuds at work is the universal signal for leave me alone. So grab the earbuds, pull up the Seattle Sports app, and trade that annoying coworker's endless yapping for this.
He's at the wall. Cal Raleigh's first one of the spring.
Listen to every Mariner spring training game live for free, only on the Seattle Sports app. Improving lives through Mariners baseball, one
sparkling play by Josh Naylor
at a time.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Discover a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026.
P&D Tree Service, your local experts in tree removal. 24-hour emergency service. Fast, efficient, and safe removal of trees from your yard or neighborhood. Ever seen a tree removed by a crane? Enjoy a safe and clean yard. PNDTreeservice.com.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card.
One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
That same Louisiana flavor y'all love about our chicken?
It's flawless.
Yeah, we did that to crispy Alaskan flounder and butterfly shrimp, too. We just couldn't help ourselves. And we didn't stop there. You can add lemon pepper or garlic Parmesan rub to that shrimp. Now, we only do seafood every so often, so you know what to expect.
Popeyes can't miss.
That's right. The seafood menu is back
This is real fish.
at participating restaurants.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Yeah, I might have screwed that up more. Does Mike McDonald have a yellow lab or a golden retriever? In my mind, it was a golden retriever, but I think it was a lab.
I think it's a lab.
I think it's a lab.
I never see hair on them.
Yeah, I think it's a lab. Yeah, my bad. All right.
I think every golden retriever owner I've ever witnessed in my life has
covered
some
in fur.
level of fur. Yes.
Absolutely covered in fur.
At some point.
They're pretty shaggy in that
Yes.
way. All right. So this is cool. Jordan Schusterman and Jake Mintz put this thing together. They called it a remix, essentially, on the traditional farm system rankings. So instead of looking at just people in the system, are you okay over there? What are we doing?
Great. I'm good. No, I'm good.
Are you okay with
Lock
it?
in. I'm ready to lock in.
Well, it doesn't feel like you're kind of like
No, I'm
taking
totally.
your
No. I'm
papers
ready.
and-
I'm just disappointed. Like a young Mike would have still barked for me. But it's fine.
Well,
no, it's fine. It's fine. I'm good.
No, not really something I was
happening.
interested in doing tonight.
So this is the Cespedes barbecue guys, right?
Yes.
Yep.
So they, instead of looking like, here's your organization, this, that, and the other, they essentially evaluated players in an organization entering their age 26 seasons or younger. And they were trying to paint more of a complete picture of a young core rather than just looking at the farm system or just looking at the major league team. So when it was all said and done, the Mariners ranked number 2, which feels about right, doesn't it? Feel like when you combine the young players they have on their major league roster with the guys they've got coming through their system, they were ranked number 2. They scored 21 out of a possible 30. And when you listen to the names that are on the list, you're like, oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. In terms of young hitters in the majors, so guys 26 or younger in the majors already, Julio, Cole Young, and Ryan Bliss. Young, and they got a 7 out of 10 score for that. Young pitchers in the big leagues, 7 out of 10 again. Brian Wu, Jose Ferrer, Carlos Vargas, Logan Evans, Troy Taylor. I think that list gets a little iffy after Brian Wu, but okay. Yep. 7 out of 10 feels a little rich, but I guess I don't know what other teams have, so I'll believe them. And because Brian Wu is a Cy Young candidate, like, that probably helps.
Yep.
And then, of course, you get into this, prospect hitters, and they get 4 out of 5. Colt Emerson, Michael Arroyo, Laz Montez, Johnny Farmello, Brock Roden. That's a pretty good group.
Yep.
Right? I mean, you can see why that gets 4 out of 5. And then prospect pitchers gets a 3 out of 5, probably because it's a little top-heavy and then falls off. Kate Anderson, Ryan Sloan, Michael Morales, Teddy McGraw, Robinson Ortiz, Alex Hoppe. So here's what it says. And this is where it gets most interesting to me. Those are the names, but this is the statement that kind of got me. The Mariners are the only team with at least one clear-cut star or future star in all 4 categories of this evaluation. There is not one other team that has a star or future star, potential star, in all 4 categories. And I think you look at it and say, Julio Rodriguez, star. Brian Wu, star. Colt Emerson, possible star. And maybe one of the other guys, but let's just go with Colt for now. He's a top 5 prospect. And then in terms of the pitchers, either Kate Anderson or Ryan Sloan. That's at least 1, if not 2, in every single
Are we talking stars?
Yeah, we are.
We're talking stars?
We're talking stars.
Oh, great.
Yes, we're talking stars.
Thanks, Chris.
Yes.
Do stars matter?
Yes. Yeah, I think they
do. Yes, they do.
In this case, yes.
Did we just watch a world championship in our town because of some stars that evolved? Did we watch an ALCS run last year because of a star behind home plate? Yes, they do matter. That kind of upside matters. Yeah, and I would tend to, I don't know how you punch holes in any of that. So who was number 1? Do we know who was number 1 on the list?
I'm actually not sure at the moment who number 1 was. I apologize.
That's fine.
Probably the Dodgers. I mean, like, it was probably the Dodgers or maybe Tampa. I don't know. I'll see if I can figure that out for you. But yes, number 2. Last year they were number 3. This year they were number 2 and the only team. And I think that's what I like so much about it is the way they've kind of built this thing at multiple levels
number
at the
1 was
same
actually
time.
the Brewers.
Okay. Oh, that makes sense. Here's Buster Olney, who was on with Bump and Stacy last week, explaining kind of how the Mariners have gotten to this place.
Well, they've been really careful. It's pretty clear in recent years when, folks like me are sort of clamoring for the Mariners to make big moves. They've been really careful about protecting the top of their farm system. They dealt Harry Ford. I mean, you've got Cal Raleigh, and so you feel like Harry Ford is a highly respected prospect, and they move him to help with their bullpen. With some of the other conversations they've been having, the Cardinals about Brendan Donovan, they basically block off, guys like Emerson, like Kate Anderson, saying nope, they're not available. And they've done a good job of doing that. And so I think as they, have grown their payroll the last couple of years, invested money in Cal, on top of what they had in Julio, I think they've done a good job of keeping the guys who can make an impact at the big league level. That's not always easy to do.
So you hear a couple of things in there, right? One, that they've been, that whole patience is the shortcut thing, right? They've been really slavishly devoted to holding on to their top players and not just giving them up in deals. They also have, as we've said before, it's not just draft, develop, and trade. They've made sure to spend the money on retaining the guys that are already in their system, like Julio and Cal and Luis Castillo and JP. We've kind of gone through that group. And that's sort of how you end up with people at all 4 parts of this list. Now, let me play you a different piece of sound, Brock, that's going to sound very different than what you just heard from Buster Olney. Why is this so important? I'm going to take you back to 2023. This is July 2023. So this is going back, almost 3 years. And I'll remind you afterwards what happened just a couple of days after this sound. This was Jerry DiPoto in 2023 in July.
We've really exercised a full organizational, I guess we've tapped into our organizational depth to play to this point. I'm not sure that there's much more there that we can go tap into. We are headed into the trade deadline. We've not really separated ourselves in a meaningful way to be aggressive on the buying end, but we are constantly trying to find ways to make ourselves better. And we'll use these next couple of weeks of July to consider those ways, whether it's better to make a push for the 23 season or to better situate ourselves for 24.
You remember what happened maybe a week or two later?
Was that Luis? Was that after the Luis trade?
That was Paul Sewald. They traded away Paul Sewald a couple days later, maybe a week later, and got back the second baseman and Canzone. That was the deal they made a couple days later.
Yep.
So think about how important it is to have the total organizational depth, the total package of guys under the age of 26, the significant players in the high areas of your
because it was 22
system.
they traded for Luis, right?
That's right.
Is that right?
And made the playoffs.
Yeah,
and
but
year,
then kind of exhausted resources to do that
because the rebuild was not where it is right now. Right? It was still in go mode, but it wasn't in full-fledged go mode because, unfortunately, you had not built up the entirety of the organization. And I think you look at it now, and they've just been doing it longer, right?
It's why it takes years and years and years. It just does. Fans don't want to hear that, don't want to believe that. But in this sport in particular, where all the drafting, all the developing, all the busts, all the health, all of that. Yes, it just takes years to fill up those silos. And that's kind of how I look at this, Salk, like a big farm that I drive by in eastern Washington or eastern Colorado, and you see the big silos out there. Like every one of these 4 silos, as they kind of define this, every one of them's healthy and full. So full guns a-blazing. Will there be a time that you need to make a move with one of your, that's the one thing they've not done, to Buster's point. They have been incredibly patient. There has not been a deal where there's an equal sign. I think it was last spring that Justin talked about that. Justin Hollander, the GM with us, that, a lot of proposals come on our desk. There's a lot of them, but they just don't equate because you want one of our stud young pitchers. You want one of our studs, and we just don't have that. We'll be curious in the years to come. Now that these things are full, will there be a George Kirby? Will there be a Bryce Miller? Will there be a Logan Gilbert? Will there be one of those kind of moves to come down the road that actually, that one does equate. And I know it's painful, and I know it hurts, and I know we haven't done this
and they
yet.
have the juice to be able to do it. And I'm not saying they won't or shouldn't. Absolutely. It just, why are things different now than they were a few years ago? Why are we having such different conversations?
It's all the cylinders
with such different
firing,
vibes? Because, you've got it all. You've got something in each one of those spots, and it just allows you to play a completely different game from a management perspective than they were playing even as recently as 2 seasons ago. We'll come back with everything you need to know next, and then we will go to Vegas and hear a little bit, well, not us personally, unfortunately, but we'll hear a little bit more about Maxx Crosby and the Raiders' needs and where that whole story goes. So we still got a lot to do. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
MLB Network insider John Morosi with Wyman and Bob.
John, looking at this Mariner team, who's the biggest competition in the American League?
Good question. I'll say this. There's no team in the American League whose chances to reach the World Series I like better than those of the Seattle Mariners. When you look at even just today the way the lineup looks, Donovan, then Cal, then J-Rod, then Naylor.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and watch the full interview.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends over there at PCF Construction. People come first. PCF. Spring, perfect time to start planning your dream deck. And right now, PCF is making it easier than ever to get started with 50% off your custom professional design and architectural drawings package. That means you can save over $9,000 on your project. And with 12 months of no interest, no payment financing, you can design your deck now and you can pay later. Most people who start with the design package end up with the outdoor space they have always dreamed and always wanted, just like the kind they built for Molly and I some years ago. Well, this offer is your first step. Don't wait until summer to wish you had started sooner. Do what we did and contact PCF Construction Group today. Get your project ideas, browse their amazing photos, and find all the offer details at PCFgroup.com. That's PCFgroup.com.
Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel welcomes Seattle Golf Show March 13th through 15th at Puyallups Washington State Fair Event Center. Parking's free. Get front door bonus golf, see 100 exhibits, top courses, and shop big brands with Putts Golf. Tickets, seattlegolfshow.com.
Dealing with divorce and custody issues can be terrifying and very lonely, but you don't need to face it alone. Goldberg Jones has been helping Northwest husbands and fathers for more than 30 years. Thousands of men have put their trust in us. You can too. Learn more at goldbergjones.com.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Listen every day to the Bump and Stacy Show for headline rewrites. Powered by Bay Alarm Security Services. Security systems and fire alarms for every business. Bay Alarm, we got you.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait, and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
High five! Up top! Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
You okay in there?
I'm just eating, bro.
I thought you were having a stroke. I was worried about you.
Well, you could have called.
I yelled. I was hoping, and then you didn't answer.
Really?
I came in here to check you out and make sure everything was okay.
You thought I leaned over and was just like...
wasn't sure.
Okay, no, it's fine.
I did have a moment of panic of like, I really hope Brock's not having a major health concern.
No, I was trying to scarf down some eggs.
Eggs?
You know what I've discovered, by the way, and I'm really late to the game? Kind of like I was with that razor.
Egg bites?
You know, the Manscaper. No. What is your favorite hot sauce?
I like the one, Crystal.
See, this is sponsored by Marquee Data. This is
you
what
like the
matters.
Cholula?
Yeah,
It's good. I like Cholula.
Gosh,
I love
yes.
Crystal, though. That's my favorite.
Crystal's your favorite? Oh,
Yeah, it's more vinegary than hot.
Oof, yeah, I don't love that.
Oh, I like it.
That's okay. Different taste.
Yeah. It's
Different
not
strokes
that
for
spicy. I can't handle
different
that
strokes
spicy.
for different folks. And
Yes.
there you go.
And
I was having an issue.
I was trying to come up with a good segue into the Seahawks, but I didn't really have one. Let's see. George Holani and Ty Okada are probably going to be back. They get the exclusive rights deals, so they return on cheap deals, which is great. I'm really excited, honestly, for both of those two. Holani turned himself into a productive player, and Okada was probably, in some ways, like, remember we've talked about like the 12th player award?
Yeah.
The person who most exceeded expectations this year?
I mean,
Sam Darnold's going to be on that list, obviously, and DeMarcus Lawrence will be on that list. And like there'll be some other contenders for the throne, but wouldn't Ty Okada what's the other, the linebacker?
Yes, Drake Thomas.
Drake Thomas, your guy, would be on the list as well, but Ty Okada would have to be on there, right?
Ty would be on the list. Drake would win it just because of the number of snaps played and the impact. But Ty was a guy that I was ready to cut after game one.
Right.
San Francisco just abused him. Just couldn't tackle in space, couldn't cover Kittle, too small, can't do it. And then all of a sudden, from that game forward, just developed and developed. And when Julian was out, not a problem. Kobe was out, not a problem. And so those guys will both be, I think, a little bit over $1 million is what the RFA tender is for an undrafted free agent a couple years ago. And so they'll get a little bit of a bump, and they will round out the salary cap. Have to have those guys. Back to that Mariners conversation about different silos that you have to have of a healthy, functioning organization. You have to have a return on investment with $1 million with guys like a Holani and Okada and your Nick Callerups, and go through the list. You got to have it to round out the other side of the highly, highly paid fellas.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Day off for the Mariners yesterday, so no real major news coming out of camp. Brian Wu is going to make his second start of the spring later today. Divish was on yesterday talking about Bryce Miller.
Same page.
Got you, dude. Don't
Same
worry.
Page,
he says, he doesn't think that he's too worried that his season or the beginning of the season is in jeopardy.
Having it happen relatively early in camp, I think he can kind of still keep going and won't delay his start to the season. I always kind of assumed he'd be the number 5 guy in the rotation and he'd start late. So, I think that he could still make it, by opening day pretty easily if he just kind of is able to kind of start picking up here again in the next 3 or 4 days.
So can I go get a little nerdy and geeky on this one here? Mm-hmm. This will be like a little Dr. Nelson, MD conversations. Every camp, maybe even going back to high school, Salk, but certainly through college and every one of my camps in the NFL, I'd pull my groin. I would pull my right groin. Okay. And I'm like, no matter what I did in the off season, no matter how much training, and I would just pull my right groin. And it was the most maddening thing. And it really wasn't until later, in the very end of my career, I understood why. It was because of the bone spurs and fractures I had in my low back, and it just created instability. And because of it, the weak point, the tipping point was my groin, right? It was just trying to compensate so much for my other areas of weakness. When I hear this happens to Bryce every year, I wonder, okay, what's the issue here? Is there something just anatomically? Is there something in the delivery? Right? If this is something that's an ongoing problem, or is this just kind of the ramp-up phase? And just when he finally, steps on the gas and throws 98, this is just kind of the building process or whatever. I do wonder when I hear that it is a chronic issue every single year, if there's something lingering there. That's all. That's it.
That's fair.
That's all.
WBC starting tomorrow, Brock. Team USA will play Brazil March 6th in Houston. Mark DeRosa, the manager, talking punching tickets. He said his whole rotation and all that. Cal Raleigh is there, and he was on with Greg Amsinger and MLB Network. I think he was pretty happy to just be in a room with all these folks.
Just kind of in awe walking that locker room with that many good players in one place and guys I grew up watching. And it's kind of weird that we're all on the same team, but in a way it's really cool and really special and really excited.
And then in typical Cal, they're like, all right, well, where are you going to hit? How much are you going to catch?
No, I mean, I'll do whatever he says. So.
What about lineup?
I don't care. whatever it takes to win.
So if Aaron Judge is hitting behind you or you're hitting behind Aaron Judge, you don't really mind?
No, I don't care. I'm just glad to be here. So glad to be here and I want to win. So whatever it takes.
You know what's cool too?
You imagine him being like, yeah, no, I got to hit in front of Judge.
What's kind of cool is as much as he's looking at everybody else looking at him too. He's on that kind of level walking into that clubhouse after what he did a season ago.
Yeah.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
A really nice win for the Kraken last night. They are all over the map, man. They played two of the most wretched games you'll ever see on the road in Dallas and in St. Louis. Bounced back, played a really good game against a bad Vancouver team. And then last night, Carolina's about as good as it gets in this league right now. They are a very good hockey team.
They had a 12-game point streak.
Yeah, currently sitting atop the entire Eastern Conference. They're a very good team. And Kraken shut them down, played great defense last night, got really good goaltending. Joey Decord made 35 saves. Ben Myers got a goal to win it. Capo Caco got a goal. They played well. And Jamie Alexiak hit everything that moved. It was great. More of that, please. More of that.
How do you characterize a game where you get outshot by 20 shots and still win?
That's hockey. Sometimes.
Is that just kind of hockey? Yeah.
Can be. I mean, to me, you're hanging on for dear life against a team that is better than you, but
that's
found a way to beat them last night.
Yep.
Yeah. That's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here in the Brock and Salk Show. And Decord was really good. You asked earlier
35 of 36.
If he stood on his head. I don't know if it was quite head standing, but he played really well. And down the stretch on the 6-on-4 late, made a couple of really stellar saves. Yeah, the one.
You were very slow to hand out that stand on their head award. And I appreciate that about you. No, I appreciate you've been steadfast on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's certainly the goalie for America stood on his head.
Yeah, you gotta make saves where it's like, oh my God, I can't. That should have been a goal and it wasn't.
Yeah.
And I thought last night Decord was really good. Don't get me wrong; it's not a shot to have not give out that compliment, but it was a lot of like good positional saves, and he saw the puck well through traffic, and those are great. Those are awesome. That's what it takes to be a great goalie in the NHL. The standing on your head, to me anyway, involves like, oh my God, you're not supposed to be able to make that save. That goes well beyond the norm. You got to a puck that I knew was going to be a goal for the other team, and instead you made the play. So that's just my definition. Maybe other people feel differently. They've got St. Louis tomorrow, Ottawa on Saturday. We're going to go to Vegas next and learn a little bit more about Maxx Crosby, a little bit more about the Raiders' needs.
Should we ask about Pete?
Oh, we'll have to, of course. Yes, I mean, Brock.
What happened, man?
I mean, I know, yes, of course we're going to do all of that. This is with another former Brock partner. Well, a Brock partner I've never met. That's next on Brock and Salk.
ESPN senior baseball writer Buster Olney with Bump and Stacy.
Can you remember a season with this high of expectations for the Mariners?
No, nothing like this. Starting the season, a World Series appearance seems totally reasonable. If you pick any other team than the Dodgers to win, given their strength, you're kind of inventing a reason. But I'm picking the Mariners. I've got them on the record. I just don't want to be like everybody else and pick the Dodgers.
The full interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. Look, we've been talking all about it here. We're into the offseason. That means the championship trophy is right back here in Seattle where it's supposed to be. That's in the rear view. We're looking forward now to baseball's opening day just a couple weeks from now. And you can start losing a little weight between now and then. You could get quite a bit done. And by the time they're at, say, I don't know, beginning of May, you could be in the best shape of your life, 20, 30, 40, maybe 50 pounds. Yeah, you can do it with the help of Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. It starts with a 15-minute phone call, and then you just get on the deal. Like, I lost 10 pounds in a week. I lost 35 pounds in about 8 weeks, and you don't have to go to the gym. You don't have to take any pills or injections, no fake bland box meals, nothing like that. All real food that you buy at the grocery store. So do it for yourself, rather, this year. Book your 15-minute consultation right now at EastsideWeightLossClinic.com. That's EastsideWeightLossClinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for RLE. That's refractive lens exchange. Now, Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, no contacts, readers, or cataracts. Now, if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top: you never develop a cataract. Now, if you're somebody like me that had a pair of readers in every room of the home, in your car, you had to bring them into the restaurant with you. Otherwise, like me, you couldn't read the menu. That has all been rectified thanks to RLE. So whether it's LASIK, EVO, ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to recommend what's best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
Baseball season is in full swing, and Toyota of Kirkland is kicking things off with two lineup standouts, the Camry and the Corolla. Whether you want the Camry's smooth power or the Corolla's reliable efficiency, these are the cars built to get you to every first pitch. Take a test drive today so you can take home your new Toyota that same day. No waiting, no extra innings. Step up to the plate at Toyota of Kirkland or online at toyotaofkirkland.com. That's toyotaofkirkland.com.
Don't miss the all-sound plumbing Mariners Cactus League report. Tuesday nights at 6. Going inside Mariners camp on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Go with another.
Is this true?
Another new
Is this
guest.
true?
What?
Is this true?
Is what true?
I think he might be my last partner
that we haven't talked
that
to.
You've never talked to live on the air.
No, Kate Scott. I don't think has ever been.
No,
on the
we've
show.
had Kate on the show.
Did we have her on?
Yeah, maybe on one of your multiple vacations. She's been on the show for sure.
Okay, but I don't think I've talked to her because she's always going on with Bump and Stacy. So I don't think I've talked to Kate. So put that on the list. But
with Shuzen,
Yeah.
and Benetti, and Tessitore, and Joe Davis, and yeah. Even I think Ben Hartsock came on the show.
Carter Blackburn.
Yeah. I think this might be my last partner. So I think we've just kind of taken the last partner,
Chris
the last
Myers.
skeleton in the closet. Yeah.
Kind of gone down every one of those roads. Jason Horowitz, voice of the Raiders, and on the Brock Heward partner list. Good morning, Jason. Thanks for joining us for the first time.
And I'm assuming that Kate, as I hopped on the line here, is your friend Kate Scott of Seattle Seahawks preseason. And
yes.
my friend, who, by the way, is generous enough to have my oldest and I down for a Sixers game after I come back from L.A. in the NCAA tournament. She's the best.
Yeah,
She's
she
great.
and Brock do Madden together.
Every week.
Wow. I didn't know that.
Oh, you're not a
didn't know
Madden
that.
player. You're not a Madden
No,
player,
we
Horowitz,
are.
in your house?
We are. But you know what? The
interesting.
Xbox that we have in our house is the Xbox version that 26 wasn't coming out on. And I wasn't ready to drop another $600 just so that we could get Madden 26.
Not yet.
You know what? I'll do this. I'm going to be this gracious because you are giving your time this morning to tell us all things Raiders, Maxx Crosby, Pete Carroll. When this finishes, I have got a code for the 26 game for your family. How about that?
Wow.
I will send you and the family a Madden. You said it's Xbox? Yeah, I'll send you a code when we finish.
But is it going to work on the older Xbox?
he has the old
though?
Xbox,
We have 25. We have 25.
Oh, I think it'll work. I think you just, I think you could put the code in there. Sure. I think you just put the code. Yes. You don't need a whole new unit. Yes. We'll give it a shot
what do you
anyway. We'll give it a shot. Salk doesn't know video games. You kidding me? Don't ask him.
I know Tecmo Bowl. I know 10-yard fight.
Worst comes to worst, nobody will be hurt if I have to return the gift to sender because it doesn't work.
Right. That's right.
It'll be
That's
fine.
exactly right. It's a win-win.
Is it better than
Win-win, which was not happening, by the way, in Vegas last year. And we got to start before Maxx Crosby. We got to start with our dear, dear friend that Mike and I love to death, who every Monday gave us an extraordinary amount of time and taught us all and brought us a world championship in nearly a second. What in the heck happened from Jason Horowitz's play-by-play booth? What in the heck happened with Coach Carroll and the regime last year?
I think that they really thought that by bringing in Geno Smith, that you'd get the Geno Smith that Seattle enjoyed, good and bad, but more positive than negative for the 3 previous years, and that when you pair him with Brock Bowers and you draft Ashton Genty, at the time Jacoby Myers was still on the Raiders, and I think they really thought that they would compete to be close to a 500 football club and maybe on the outside chance to make the playoffs. Because going into the season, if you think about it, the Raiders were a sexy pick to make some noise. And obviously that never happened, right? The Raiders had the worst offensive line in football, and I don't think it was close for the second straight year, even with drafting Ashton Genty. And I don't think this was his fault at all, but they finished dead last in the NFL in rushing. And I think the hire of Chip Kelly turned out to be a disaster. I don't think he and Pete were ever really on the same page. And then Pete obviously made the decision to let him go midseason. And then you throw in the fact that, like every team, there's injuries. The defense was, numbers-wise is bad, but the defense was okay enough to keep them in certain games. Special teams was the worst year the Raiders have had in forever. And you put it all together, and you had an historically bad season. And Pete's obviously now on the outside looking in. But I go back to what you guys were saying. His optimism, his life goal to develop character, to learn the ins and outs of people, to do things that suit them the best, not a system the best, is why I really thought it would work. Because that is culture. That is character development. That is what you want out of leaders, and it just never worked.
Is it hard? You think it's hard? I don't want to get too caught up in the Pete thing, but is it hard, do you think, to do it again? Like you're Pete Carroll, you had built the whole thing in Seattle. You'd been there for over a decade. And I think it can be hard sometimes because you almost – it's like you got to start back at square one rather than at the end of the novel where he was. And it's hard to rebuild all of those systems.
Maybe, but here's the other thing, you guys. Pete's a defensive guy, right? And the reality for the Seahawks' 10-year legacy is that some of it's luck. They didn't go into that season thinking that Russell Wilson was going to be a future potential Hall of Famer. They went into that season thinking Matt Flynn is the future of the franchise. And what happens if they don't draft Russell Wilson? Or what happens if, someone else drafts him 20 picks earlier in the all of that, right? Obviously, a lot of teams have passed on Russell Wilson because he's a third-round pick. So, what happens if that happens? And but I will say that they had built, obviously, the makings of a ridiculously good defense, which, again, you guys just saw this year. And that is something the Raiders do not have, which is going to lend you to Maxx Crosby, right? You have a transcendent player. You have a transcendent player. And then you had a whole bunch of guys on defense this year on one-year contracts that were former starters or former first-round picks. Some of them had some success, but as a whole, it was not. And when you're a defensive guy and the offense is the worst in football, your defense better be good enough to keep you closer to one-score games, and the Raiders were clearly not that.
All right, so how good is Maxx Crosby?
Maxx is great. A couple of years ago, and the Raiders were a losing team, I thought Maxx had a real shot at Defensive Player of the Year. Frankly, I'm still shocked that he has never been first-team All-Pro because if anyone watches Raiders games, he is a one-man wrecking crew. Week 4 this past year, it goes back to how bad Geno Smith was. Raiders play the Bears. Geno Smith throws 3 first-half interceptions. The Raiders have 4 turnovers. The Bears start all 4 of those on the plus 40, and they score 9 of those on those 4 turnovers. 9. And Maxx Crosby had 3 sacks, 4 tackles for loss, and his first career interception. And the Raiders have a chance to win because of that. So Maxx is first in the building. Everything you've ever heard of with regards to his effort, his tenacity, his desire to win. The fact that offensive lines are throwing 2 and 3 guys at him at every play. But sometimes I wonder, and this is just kind of rumblings that you start to hear now because of all the background noise. I wonder if some of that is tough for guys in the building to match. And I think, look, if you're on a really good team or a team with a bunch of good players, it's not a problem, right? You want guys like that. You want that guy to build it. If you're on a team where it's really bad, you want him to be the example. But he also has to bring guys up to him, and I think sometimes that can be hard.
Jason Horowitz, voice of the Raiders, and so much more. You'll hear him all over NCAA basketball, Sirius Radio, a voice that is everywhere. I'm not asking you to report. That's not your job as the voice of the Raiders. But if you were to speculate on what's going to happen this week, what we're calling pre-agency, with free agency beginning next week, and all this smoke from Tom Pelissero and Ian Rappaport that the Raiders are not going to do what the Bengals did a year ago with Hendrickson and let him just sit out there and waste value, that if a move's going to be made, a move could be made this week. Your gut feeling on that?
My gut is if a move is not made in the next 10 days, it's not going to be made. That's my gut. Because, once teams start – and maybe, again, I'm totally wrong. Micah Parsons was traded in August. But once teams start spending a lot of that money, your options go away. And you don't have as much leverage. And you certainly don't want to wait past the draft, because you'd like, if you're going to rebuild, which the Raiders are 100% in, you want to have as much of that started with the guys now. And so I think if that doesn't happen relatively soon, it's not going to happen, right? It's not like Maxx just walked in this week and said, hey, I want to trade. This has been something that's been brewing or talked about now for 2 months plus. And on top of that, it's not the first time that the group has had these conversations, right? There were questions, would they trade him at the trade deadline this past year? There was some of that came up the year before. And obviously John Spytek was part of that. So he's well-versed in Maxx. He's well-versed in Clint Kubiak and what they want to do. He's well-versed, I think, in the value that they are willing to get for him. But I also truly do believe that they know that they will be a better franchise with Maxx on the field than without Maxx on the field. But the question is, will Maxx be on the field? And that's something they have to figure out.
How much do they need to get back for him if they deal him?
Yeah, I think you got to get a player. Now, I've seen, a couple of picks, obviously, in a player. Now, are you going to get 2 1s in a player like Dallas got? I don't know, right? He's older than Micah Parsons. He's coming off a couple of knee injuries the last couple of years, which he's never had before. Could you get a 1 and a 2? Could you get a 1 and a 3 in a player? Would they settle for that? I saw, some mock trades where they just get a 1 and a 2 and no player. So I think it all depends, right? And here's the other part to all this, guys, is that, John Spytek is new to this. He drafted last year, and obviously we had a lot of success with some previous organizations in the draft process as the second and third in command. But in order for this to work, if you are going to trade Max, you have to believe that the guys you're picking are parts of the franchise for the future. And if you look at the Raiders' history recently, the last 10, 15 years, there are lots of drafts where guys never made it 3 or 4 years from an entire draft, and that is a problem. Now, that is not John Spytek's problem, but that is the Raiders' recent history problem, and that's kind of how you get to where we are.
Yeah, and you also got a problem in that you got Holmes, Herbert, and now Bo Nix. And I think all speculation is it's going to be Mr. Mendoza, right? I mean, is that kind of a...
Oh, yeah. I honestly, Brock, I was playing I think I saw earlier that you could, this is before Clint Kubiak was hired, that you could possibly sell yourself into believing that they have so many holes that they may go a different way if you did. But everything about this kid says he has what it takes. It doesn't mean he will, right? We all know 50% of first-round picks don't work, quarterbacks. But going in for a team that hasn't had one in forever, he looks like the guy that could be the one.
And you know what's amazing? And you can tell, Saul, can't you just feel the voice of Horowitz? I told you he's going to give you a great guest. I mean, he's just an amazing radio guy. Doesn't Mendoza just scream Vegas?
No. Mendoza, I know he's from Miami, and I know he went out to Berkeley, which is San Francisco, and I know he won a national championship in Blue. To me, Fernando Mendoza screams like Dubuque.
Yeah, Green Bay, maybe Indianapolis, not Vegas. Yes.
I love it, man. I really do. And there's a lot of reasons I won't share personally as to why. And there's some things I don't know, but kind of have some speculation on. But there are so many things about him that you want to root for, and that's wonderful. And the whole didn't have, he was going to go to Yale because he didn't have offers, then winds up at Cal, Indiana, the gross of all gross of college football until 2 years ago, and they go undefeated and they beat Alabama and Oregon and Miami to do it. And then the touchdown run on fourth down that no one will ever forget kind of makes you feel like how Vince Young beat USC. It's just, you want him to succeed, and I want him to succeed as a Raider.
So take me back to the idea of a Crosby trade for a moment. So you said it's got to be a player. What does that mean?
That's what I think.
What does that mean to you when you say it's got to be a player? What kind of a player? Is there a position? Do they have to be a young player? Do they have to have a certain amount of time? What does that look like?
How about Gray Zabel? Will you guys trade Gray Zabel?
I'm going to guess the answer on that one is no. So what does that mean? What else does it mean?
I think it means that it has to be a player that the Raiders can plug and play for at least 2 years and is going to have success. That's what I think it means. Yeah. And you see different names that are floated out there, and maybe it won't get any of those guys. But the Raiders really do have so many needs. And I know there's, 10 draft picks with compensation coming, compensatory picks coming, and $100 million to spend in free agency and all of that. And I know all of that. But when you are as bad as this team was this past year, you have 2 or 3 holes on the offensive line that need immediate plugging. You need 2 receivers that need immediate plugging. You need 5 or 6, maybe 7 defensive start. You can't get all that in a draft or free agency, right? You can't. And even like a good draft, and the Seahawks are good at drafting, right? Even a good draft brings you 3 or 4 players that are future great players for your franchise for years to come. That's 2 or 3 drafts that it takes, not one. So, you hope to get 3 or 4 players that are a big part of the Raiders franchise future. You get 2 or 3 free agents. That's still 5 or 6 guys that need to be plugged and played. So I would like at least one more, player to add to that from this trade, if they make a trade.
Jason, just a couple last minutes here with you. A couple adjectives, if you were to define Maxx Crosby from being around him more than any of us are, being around the team, calling the games over the last few years. If you were just to put a little resume tape, and I'm not talking numbers or all pro or any of that stuff, just 3 or 4 adjectives that maybe we don't know about Max, or maybe we do know, but how would you line those up?
Dedicated, dedicated is number one, right? Win, lose. Obviously, that changed when they shut him down this year, but dedicated would be number one. Tenacious, and for that matter, irritating on the field, which is a good thing. 2 and 3. And then, 4 for me, because it's so important to the Vegas community, and frankly, it's so important to Max, is recovery. Because that's so important in his life. It's well documented. Max's struggles with previous struggles, I should say, with addiction. And that is a major part of who he is and how he lives, and why I think he has poured so much into his success. Is he got sober? He got recovered in Vegas, and he is big on that in the Las Vegas community. And I think that will come with him wherever he goes, and it's why he's been nominated for the Walter Payton Man of the Year so often with the Raiders.
How long have you been there with the Raiders?
I am coming up on year 5. I guess March 11th is the new. So March 11th, I start year 5 next week.
Man, you and Wischusen, God bless you too. Between the Jets and the Raiders, God bless
like
you
you're
too.
25 though. Bob's like you're 20.
I know, but he's had 25 years of misery. I mean, goodness gracious.
Brock, you may or may not know this. I live in the town that Bob grew up in. In fact, I live about a quarter mile away from the house he grew up on. He grew up across from the Westfield, New Jersey library. Wow. And I live down the street from there, and he lives one town over from us now. Now, he's too busy with hockey and football and all the other stuff he does. I never see it. And he's a massive golfer.
So you don't live in Vegas?
I do not live in Vegas, no. Yeah.
No, how could you live in Vegas raising a family, Salk? He's got young kids.
He's doing all in Summerlin. There's a lot of places. You don't have to live on the Strip. It's not like he needs to live at the Cosmo.
This is a wonderful world we live in, where you can very easily be someone who's all over the place. And you know the other part, too.
Brock
football.
wouldn't know anything about that.
No.
Seattle every day.
Yeah. Hey, Brock, I did send a picture, Salk, though, to Brock this summer, because my wife and I were in Seattle when we had preseason game 1, and it was her birthday, and we had a nice 3 days. And we rode the SS Puyallup. I'm never going to get it right. Puyallup?
Jason.
Oh, that's Brock's hometown.
Jason, after all these years together, all the training we did on how to say it right,
I can't do it.
It's very easy. It's a church pew. It's all of us, and we're going up. Pew all up.
Oh, Puyallup.
Right.
Puyallup.
Yeah, there you go.
We rode the Puyallup.
Yeah.
And it was lovely. It was absolutely lovely. And I had something I was going to go with that. And by screwing up the name, I totally forgot the direction I was going in.
You said you had a lovely 3-day weekend in Seattle, and you got to see all the goodness. And we are spoiled.
I didn't see Brock, though. I never saw Brock there.
No.
I don't know what happened.
No.
He hides.
Running around, Jason. I'm running around. Busy guy.
It's very difficult to find him. You have to go to Damon's house and knock really loudly. All right. Hey, Jason, thank you. This was great. Thanks for teaching us a little bit. We need to learn a little bit more about this guy. And the one thing, Brock, I think I'm going to take from this is he said looking for a player needed 2 years. So that's going to pretty much take Derek Hall out.
Well, let me ask this, though. Let me ask one last quick thing here before we got to run. If you were on our side, if you were the Seattle Seahawks, Jason, and you saw them in the preseason, you watched them and they're world champs and all of it. If you were on our side of this aisle, would you do this deal? Would you give up a 1 and a Derek Hall? Would you give up a 1 and a 3?
2 1s and Derek Hall is what you said. That was the deal you said. Let's be fair. You
Would
said
you give
2 1s and Derek Hall, who's in the
Hall.
last year of his rookie contract.
Would I give up that for Maxx Crosby?
Knowing, by the way, that Boye Mafe is moving on. Hey, you got to give him the details.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. You guys have something good. Why mess up something that's good? That's the one thing. And correct me if I'm wrong. If you like Derek Hall's next contract won't be as valuable as Max, or won't be as expensive as Max.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd still get to try and keep him, plus draft another edge rusher if you want to with a first-round pick, or 2.
This is why Jason and I fought. Salk, this is why Jason and I fought all the time, because I was, as you know, I'm a progressive. I'm always about being very progressive.
That's not true.
And Jason's just very stuck in his ways. Let's just stuck with being good.
Puyallup.
Yes.
I got it.
Puyallup. And here I am. We're not just settling with being very good. Like, we got to push the envelope. We got to evolve. We got to be progressive, Jason.
I don't think no. But here's the difference, Brock. I don't think you're settling. I think you're still thinking forward about, okay, we like Derek Hall. We're going to pay him, but it's not going to be as expensive, which means we could also then pay someone else. and we're progressing in that direction. I don't think that's settling.
Yeah, I would say it's more, Brock. That's more evolution. In other words, you have a complicated relationship with. So just go down that road instead.
Oh yeah, Brock doesn't believe about the Galapagos, huh?
Well, you know what?
Oh, microevolution's been around. Okay, we love you. See you later, Horowitz.
We gotta go. Thank you, Jason. That was fun.
See you during the tournament, I'm sure.
Jason Horowitz, voice of the Raiders and former Brock partner.
Do you know
I just say complicated
up,
relationship.
Do you know there's a tournament coming up? Do you even know there's a tournament coming up?
What do you mean? What tournament are you talking about?
And then the
World
the
Baseball
basketball.
Classic.
The basketball tournament. The old
Like March Madness?
The old March Madness.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's March, so we're going to have March Madness. I don't know any of the teams that are going to be in it this year, but I know that it will occur. Doesn't it happen every year in March?
So did you lean one way or the other after that conversation?
I still feel the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's the right deal, right? What if it is a one and Derek Hall?
No.
You're
I really don't want to give up Derek Hall.
And you're just not willing to
Brock,
rob Peter to pay Paul.
Until I know more about the rest of the edge situation,
okay.
I'm not willing to do that.
Yeah, those knees got you, man. Those knees.
It's not just the knees. It's the position and the importance of what. Yeah, I'm not saying 100% no, but that would be really hard for me to give up a player at that position in order to make this happen. Yeah.
Yep.
But
it is instructive on that other side. I hear a little bit, just reading between the lines, and maybe this isn't fair, but just kind of listening to all of that in totality is Maxx is a little bit older. Maxx is coming off of a couple knee. You don't know Maxx the way that the Raiders know Maxx. The value of Maxx to the Raiders versus your value, right?
He did not exactly blow me away with, oh my God, Maxx is the greatest player in the world and you have to have him.
Yep.
So, yeah, look, it's
complicated.
It always is. It always is. We got another hour to go. Shannon's going to join us here from Peoria in about a half hour. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
Having one of those days where a little of this would make things so much better?
Fastball, strike three called. He got him looking. How about that for a Cactus League debut? Cade Anderson striking out the side.
We got you. You can stream every Mariners spring training game live for free on the Seattle Sports app. Making lives better through Mariners baseball, one
goodbye baseball
at a time. Home of your American League West champion Mariners.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Trust is everything. Earning it takes years. Losing it takes 5 seconds.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really. Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah, how much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really, free. It's part of A to Z savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Here's a tale of Linda trying to lose weight, but the med prices she found were all over the place.
Hidden fees and markups made her jaw drop low. Then she found Good RX. Now she's in the know.
GLP-1 subscriptions FDA approved.
With clear upfront pricing.
And same-day pickup.
That's Good RX, the no-nonsense way. Save time and money on prescriptions.
Get to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Ooh, that face. Quantum fiber internet loves that face.
That's Jamila.
Hey, Jamila.
She's thinking outside the box from inside the box.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi keeps her meeting game strong. From the back door to the front lawn.
Rushing all of her video calls. Back to back to back video calls.
Quantum fiber internet blowing the soxies up all those people in all those boxes. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Additional pods may be needed to achieve Wi-Fi coverage in some locations. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Saw something yesterday I've never seen before.
Ooh, pause. That's a good question. Mike Salk saw something yesterday he has never seen before.
Oh, pretty funny, too. I've never seen anything quite like it.
Was this in civilian life or media life?
Civilian life. This was
in civilian
playing
life.
golf yesterday. Went to Chambers Bay yesterday. Shannon Drayer is going to join us in a half hour. Went to Chambers yesterday. Beautiful day. So I was supposed to stay in Arizona, right, until Monday morning, yesterday morning. But I came home early because I wanted to watch the kids play their sports stuff this weekend. But because I didn't get to play golf over the weekend, I said, you know what, I'm going to go out Monday and kind of make up for that by playing here, and found an unbelievable deal at Chambers, which if you're willing to play in the winter, you can find some really good deals at Chambers. It was a perfect day. It was 60-something degrees, sun, no wind. I mean, it was incredible. And the course is in, when I say ridiculous shape, I mean ridiculous shape. Like, it's so nice. It couldn't
You were
have
here
been
when
better.
they played the U.S. Open, right?
Yes.
And we got to play it, a couple weeks beforehand?
It is in so much. It is so good. Like, it's ridiculous how awesome that course is.
Yep.
And you just feel like you're on the surface of the moon. I just love it.
Okay, so
Anyway.
out at Chambers, Salk saw something
Yes.
he has never seen before.
On 17, I told you I was playing with my friend Ben and Shane, who is just a stick. We made Shane play from the blues while we played the white sand combo, and he still beat us by 20 strokes or whatever it was. But on 17, he stuck it. I don't know. Not that. It wasn't his best shot.
What's
of the day.
17?
It's the par 3, where Jordan doubled in the Open.
Oh,
right. Tough par 3.
Yes,
really tough. There's a ton of sand around it.
Yep.
Anyway, he put it.
The one where that guy went like over the railroad track?
That's 16. That's the par
That's
4.
16. Okay.
Yeah, that poor guy.
Right.
I tried to mimic that yesterday, just Brendan Grayson. Yep. No, so 17, Shane puts it on the green.
I'm picturing it. Yep. Okay.
And as you know, at Chambers, there's like a lot of foot traffic. Like people just walking around the hills there and through all the walking paths and whatever, which is great. It's kind of adds to the public nature of that golf course.
Mm-hmm.
So Shane puts it on, and then we're kind of waiting to hit from the other tees. And as we're waiting, 3 kids, like, I don't know, 8, 10 years old, run out onto the green, grab his ball, and take off running. It's like, oh my God, those kids just stole your ball. Not like an animal or something. They were like little kids.
And you wonder why that guy was packing in Sun
I
City.
know. Yeah, he was going to shoot kids. So anyway, so these kids start running like whatever. And then, so the 3 of us are kind of waiting to hit, and Shane sees them now walking up the path, not that far from us. I don't know what they thought was going to happen.
Brazen little suckers.
Yeah, so he walks over to this group, and one little girl kind of confronts her, and Shane's like, fortunately for these kids, maybe the nicest person I know. He talks to the girl. He's like, hey, I think you guys maybe just stole my golf ball. She's like, huh? He's like, yeah, did you just take a ball directly off the green? That obviously doesn't belong to you. And she goes, my brother did it. She sold them out so quickly, like immediately sold them out. Like, I had nothing to do with it. It was my brother. He did it. So Shane looks over at the brother. He comes over, come here. The kid comes over and he's like, I think you have my ball. The kid's like, yeah, all right. And hands him his ball. And he's like, please don't do that again. And I'm like, yeah, that's a Pro V1. Like, that's a $5 ball. Like, that kid better come up with $5. So anyway, kid just literally like, remember you used to play like Steal the Bacon? Did you play Steal the Bacon as a kid?
I don't think so.
In gym class? So they, at least for us, Steal the Bacon was you'd have 2 lines of people. One group of kids on one side, one group of kids on the other side of the gym.
Yes.
And you put a bowling
ball in the
pin.
middle?
We did it with a bowling pin. Bowling pin, but maybe you could use something else in the middle, and 2 people would have to run out, and the first one to grab it and get back to their side. Steal the
Was
bacon.
that Red Rover? Red Rover?
No, Red Rover, you come crashing through the people holding arms.
Gotcha, that's right.
Very different.
Very different.
This is Steal the Bacon. And that's sort of what the kid did. He It was, you know what Steal the Bacon was like, Brock? The old XFL kickoff thing.
That's exactly
where they
right.
had to run out, grab the ball, and run back. Yeah, kid just bolted with the thing.
That is very brazen.
Like he was doing a 3-cone drill.
So what did your buddy do? Did he re-hit from, or did he place it where he thought it was? What did we do? What did we do?
What would you have done?
I mean, you give him the choice. Like, do you remember kind of basically where it was played?
You know where it was. He just put it down.
Yeah, I think he just.
I think he just kind of.
When you're shooting like below par, you just kind of.
I mean, it really didn't matter. I mean, you could have put him on the black tees, and he just still would have stuck it within 15 feet. So, yeah, I'd never really seen that happen. That was a new one yesterday. Yeah, 406. The girl folded with no pressure. True. She immediately blamed her. Like she was actually, I think, looking forward to blaming her brother.
Yeah.
It was him. The weirdest thing, though, is that it seemed like there were parents with them, and they could not have cared less. Just like, yeah, whatever. My kid just ran onto the golf course here and stole a ball. No biggie.
Off a green, no less.
Off the
not in a
green,
fairway,
yeah.
not in the rough, not in an area
Not
where,
like,
we used
maybe
to.
somebody lost this or something. Like, literally on the green.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I miss those days out at Suncadia, when we knew the honey hole of all the lost balls, and we would go collect them, and then we would clean them, and then Haley and Macy would repackage them by brand and resell them out there. I miss those days. That's thievery. That's uncalled for. What if you would have been just jerks, too? Like, what if you just would have ripped into them? What if that had been your ball?
Yeah, I wouldn't have done that.
Mere feet from the
rip
pin.
into kids. That's not right. 425 says, oh, my God, me and my friends did that when we were about 10 in Ritzville. The guy screamed, hey, that's my ball, and chased us. I've never been more scared. Looking back and seeing that cart gaining on us, it was hilarious. That was in 1995. Yeah, that sounds about right.
That's good.
Yeah. She folded with no pressure. I think I read that one. Golf is a waste of space and resources. Well, that might be true, but not relevant for this story. I don't think, if this had been like some sort of a protester who would come out to protest the fact that Chambers
glued
Bay is
himself
there.
on the green.
Right.
Yeah,
okay,
not
I could
good.
understand that, and we could have a
good.
discussion. This was just a 10-year-old kid stealing a golf ball. Yeah. It's
You
kind
know
of a
what this
different
story leads me to? We need to do Answer the Question Jerk today. And maybe even Shannon can stick around, depending on her schedule. Maybe we have her for 10 or 15 minutes, and then she's got to run, and things are going on. We got to do Answer the Question Jerk. It's been too long.
Yeah.
It's been like since the Super Bowl. I don't even think we've done it since the Super Bowl. So can you please, be the good hunter and gatherer that you are?
I can, but don't screw it up because I know how you
I'm
can
not
be
going to.
with
I'm
this.
not.
All right.
I'm not going to.
Let me start now. We will Answer the Question Jerk questions today. Maybe this golf ball incident kind of spawned it. But 866-979-3776 is the text line. Text us your questions, any question on any subject. Usually etiquette type stuff works well, but whatever's on your mind. And we will try to answer those coming up at 9:45 this morning.
Was there any part of you that wanted to yell?
No.
Because part of that feels a little bit like the TPing incident that came about when I was home a month ago before the NFC Championship game, and one of the dad's sons was involved in the great TP gate at my house when I chased him down and put my hands on the hood and made them all get out and clean it all up. Was there any part of you that thought about yelling at the kids?
No, not
as they were
really.
acting out? No?
No, especially once they gave the ball back.
Right.
I mean, the kid gave the ball back.
I got you, but you didn't know that. They could have ran off with it, and then what?
Well, they were 170 yards away. Like, I wasn't going to go chase them down.
I don't know. I think part of me.
Fortunately, they were coming towards us, which really made the decision to steal the ball even dumber.
Part of me might have hooted and hollered at them.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. Not mean, not to hurt. Just to. I don't know what I would. That's interesting.
You know what? Honestly, it seemed like they were having so much fun, like running around Chambers Bay and just I don't know,
stealing balls. Stealing other people's property. You think that's fun, Saul? You think that's funny?
Honestly, Brock, I mean, jokes aside, I got the sense they had no idea what golf was.
Yes.
So, I don't think they would have even guessed that, a ball on the green was meaningful in some way. I think they were just having a great time running around and saw a ball and ran after it and thought it was funny. So, no, I probably wouldn't have.
A couple little breaking news items, by the way. Not like big breaking, but the Jets are going to place the franchise tag on Breece Hall.
Yeah.
And then does it surprise you that Jerkson Profar, who did nothing for 10 years of his career, just got suspended for 162
You
games?
don't say.
Yeah, it's
Jerkson
weird.
Profar? No.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
can't be true.
Yeah,
Jerkson
suspended.
Profar was using PEDs?
Yep.
Oh, my
Yep,
God. What are you
it's
going to tell me
crazy.
next?
It's pretty crazy.
Oh, my gosh. We'll do everything you need to know. Coming up on Brock and Salk.
9 out of 10 experts agree wearing earbuds at work is the universal signal for leave me alone. So grab the earbuds, pull up the Seattle Sports app, and trade that annoying coworker's endless yapping for this.
He's at the wall. Cal Raleigh's first one of the spring.
Listen to every Mariners spring training game live for free, only on the Seattle Sports app. Improving lives through Mariners baseball, one
Sparkling play by Josh Naylor
at a time.
It's funny how you get used to things in not so ideal condition around the house. It's Dave Wyman here, and for me, it was old windows. After 20 years in our home, virtually every window had a broken seal. We got used to cold drafts, outside noises, and condensation. And if you're in the same boat, use this spring to say goodbye to the old, dreary windows and hello to your new exclusive windows from Harley Exteriors. Right now, they're having a spring cleaning sale to complete your home makeover. If you buy 10 windows, you can choose between 20% off your entire project or get a free door. On top of that, make 0 payments and accumulate 0 interest for up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade, manufactured right here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Call 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today at harleyexteriors.com.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. The season first tryout for adults ages 18 to 65 and older is this Sunday, March 8th at Hogan Park at Russell Road in Kent. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at pssbl.com. That's pssbl.com.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQBar. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at eatiqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQBar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low-sugar brain and body fuel. IQ bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping. Try our delicious IQ Bar sampler pack with 7 plant protein bars, 4 hydration mixes, and 4 enhanced coffee sticks. Clean ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. Refuel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQ Bar.
Now you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products plus free shipping when you text radio to 64,000. Text radio to 64,000 to get your 20% off. That's radio to 64,000.
The celebration continues.
We never wavered, man. We believed in each other. We loved each other.
On the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Whatever's on your schedule this season, Toyota of Kirkland has your ride. With Tacomas, Tundras, and 4Runners. From Toyota of Kirkland, built for power, capability, and room for all your gear. These models are the perfect teammate for the Northwest adventure. Any of them. Take a test drive today and drive home with your new Toyota that same day. Get your season rolling at Toyota of Kirkland or online at toyotaofkirkland.com. That's toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
P&D Tree Service, experts in local tree removal. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. Have you ever seen a tree removed by a crane? P&D Tree Services specializes in close-quarter tree removal to minimize impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PNDTreeService.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, we've been talking through Seahawks stuff all morning long. I am happy for both George Halani and Ty Okada, Brock. I think it's great for the two of them to get their tenders and be with the Seahawks again next year. I think that's awesome. Two guys that really played a nice role for them, whether it was Halani specifically on special teams, but stepping up even into the Super Bowl. And Okada was just, he was Johnny on the spot every time. Every time they needed somebody this past year, he was ready to slide in and played really well. And it's nice to see people like that rewarded and get the deals that they deserve. I love that.
Yeah, the nice thing for those guys, and I haven't seen the numbers. Maybe it came out and we were too busy down in spring training or doing other stuff. They have now basically a pool of money in the NFL that they have set aside in the last negotiation and will moving forward for guys that far exceed their contracts. And for rookies that are undrafted, or Rick Woolen, I think last year was one of the top earners of this. Yeah, kind of a performance incentive pool where you can make a whole bunch of money. And both of those guys certainly made, I wouldn't say their entire salary worth, but you can make $200,000-$400,000 if you're kind of an undrafted guy, 7, 6. There's kind of a sliding scale to that. So
I didn't know about that.
That was going to be a nice little payoff for them this offseason, and then next year to have some security, and not just security, but play pretty significant roles.
Yeah, I would think.
By the way, Schefter retweeting just out that the Seahawks definitively are not franchising K9. So we're kind of getting to that point here in the pre-agency where the franchise tag window was open and it's going to close here sooner than later, and they will not franchise.
You said specifically that you would give Nemhauser credit for pre-agency, and that's now twice you've dropped it today without offering the credit. In fact, you legitimately said it's something we're calling pre-agency. It's not right.
Like you, me, and Brian.
I'm not.
The three of
first
us.
of all, I haven't done it. Second of all, you can't steal his line and just say we as if you're part of it. That's not
I gave him credit. I gave him credit yesterday.
Yeah,
it's like a bibliography. I give it credit once. In a bibliography, do you need to keep giving credit over and over and over and over?
Yes.
Or do you cite your source? I cited my source yesterday.
You need to cite it at least once a day. I think the next day he's like, we created it. Now it's all mine. I can just use this. I feel like that's maybe unfair.
And Lyle's like, what is a bibliography?
You need to know.
What?
You had to cite sources in college when you wrote papers, though, right?
He didn't write any papers.
Yeah, you think I wrote papers? You know how many classes I took online in college? So many.
You still had to turn in work, didn't you? I don't understand.
I mean, you had to do discussion posts.
What's a discussion post?
No, you had to write 300 BS words a couple times a week.
Is ASU just truly different than other? I don't understand. I had to write so many papers.
I mean, if you know how to get around it. It's funny, I had a friend, we were walking to go get lunch once, and it's 12 o'clock, first couple weeks of school. There's all these people walking through campus. He's like, oh my God. It's are these kids all coming from class? It's how are they not taking everything online?
Even when I took online classes, I had to write papers. I don't understand.
Oh, there were some pretty easy ones. There were 3 credits.
Out of curiosity, why would you go to college to take everything online?
Not everything, but everything that's not related to your major.
Lyle was basically 5 years ahead of all these athletes. So that's what they all do now.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
They were doing it then, too.
Oh, yeah. Why go to class? I don't know, to have a college experience, to connect with people. Why? I can just do it online.
I feel like this is a little bit of what I've told you when I said that maybe giving these kids the free college education wasn't quite the payment they needed for their athletic achievements. Yeah, this is part of the reason
as
why.
I said, this is over the last decade or so, and then certainly as they've made a lot of money, no thanks. Thanks, but no thanks.
Oh my God.
Do you know what a bibliography is, though, at least, Lyle, right? That term?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
So you learned something along the way. We were supposed to talk Mariners here. There's not a lot to say. They had a day off.
Who goes tonight?
Brian
tonight?
This afternoon, and
Tonight,
I think against the Angels.
Yes.
And then WBC will get going soon. It's just fun playing some of the Cal sound. I just love Cal. Here he is on the big speech that manager Mark DeRosa gave to the U.S. team.
Yeah, it was great. I think, I don't think it takes much to get these guys ready to play for Team USA in this kind of event. I mean, he could have said anything. I think guys would have been ready. But he was great. He had a great speech and was very direct to the point, and we're ready to go.
I can't wait till they win the WBC and we get another controversy, just like the hockey team. It'll be great.
You see the rotation for the Americans, by the way?
Yeah, it's not bad. They got some dudes. They got some hitters, too. And yet, Japan wins this thing pretty often,
Yes,
so
they do.
you better get yourself prepared to beat Japan.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Kraken win yesterday. Honestly, one of their better wins. They've had a few of them like this year. Beat Carolina, a very good team. Hurricanes are currently top team in the East. So that's a big win for them. A goal from Capo Caco early, one from Ben Myers later. Not that much later. It was second period. And that's all they needed. 2-1.
And held on. My
really
goodness gracious.
Yeah, were you watching the end?
I was. I saw that it was super tight. I saw that it was a power play. Yeah, you know what? Before I go to bed, let me just watch this. This will be good for my adrenaline.
Yeah, Carolina pulled the goalie, so they were 6-on-5. Then Tolvanen lost his stick. And once that happened, he was kind of desperate and ended up taking a holding call. And, yeah, they held on for dear life. It's everything.
Got her done. Kind of like their playoff. They're in a little better position than that. In fact, like with 60 games, 22 to go, they're 3 points behind Vegas in the division.
Yeah. Yeah, can pull it off. Keep hitting like they did last night. Be a lot better. Sounds like Edzo was all in on my guy Jacob Melanson yesterday, saying that he needs to be in there every day. He's right. He does. Dude's the best.
You think Shannon's missing this at all, or think she's enjoying the
That's
quiet
a good question.
house this
So
week
that's
with just
everything
her
you
and
need
Justin?
to know. I texted Shannon yesterday afternoon. I was like, hey, you want to come on with us tomorrow at 9:30 our time? And she didn't get back to me for hours.
Wow.
And so late last night, texted her again, just a little question mark. And she's like, oh, I missed this. Yes, of course. I'm happy to come on. I'm like, I don't know. I kind of feel like maybe she hates us. Maybe she's mad at us for leaving. I don't know what's going on, but we'll try.
Or maybe
to
she's just thoroughly enjoying her freedom.
That's also a possibility, yeah. Until Bob and Dave come down next week. So, all right, let's open it up because after Shannon, we did want to try to do a little answer the question jerk. So, 866-979-3776 is the number. Any question on any subject, text them in, and we will try to answer them. This is one of the oldest Brock and Salk bits since we saw Colin Paisley late last week. He was a big part of the very original answer the question.
And he's basically now Ted Lasso.
Yeah, coaching soccer.
Just coaching soccer with the kids.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
He'd be a good Ted Lasso, too. Good encourager.
He is definitely that. He encouraged us many, many times when he wasn't completely annoyed with us. So, all right, 866-979-3776. Any question on any subject, we will answer them right after Shannon Drayer next on Brock and Salk.
ESPN senior baseball writer Buster Olney with Bump and Stacy.
Can you remember a season with this high of expectations for the Mariners?
No, nothing like this. Starting the season, a World Series appearance seems totally reasonable. If you pick any other team than the Dodgers to win, given their strength, you're kind of inventing a reason. But I'm picking the Mariners. I've got them on the record. I just don't want to be like everybody else and pick the Dodgers.
The full interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Score does. I'm Brock Heward, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
That same Louisiana flavor y'all love about our chicken? It's flawless. Yeah, we did that to crispy Alaskan flounder and butterfly shrimp, too. We just couldn't help ourselves. And we didn't stop there. You can add lemon pepper or garlic Parmesan rub to that shrimp. Now, we only do seafood every so often, so you know what to expect.
Popeyes can't miss.
That's right. The seafood menu is back
This is real fish.
at participating restaurants.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
It's spring training, and it's a perfect time to take a swing at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton on a new 2026 Tacoma. At both stores, lease the Tacoma for $309 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing, or finance with 2.99% APR for 48 months. Like spring training, Toyota of Renton and Kirkland have standout opportunities with new prospects, except their prospects are vehicles that you test drive. They're not ball players, but hey, whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com. Offers valid through March 2nd, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealers, accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation. Model 7540.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
Seattle Sports.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Dave Wyman here to talk about a revolutionary treatment for prostate cancer. It's Swedish, called CyberKnife. And who better to explain it than Dr. Meyer? He's part of the most experienced prostate cancer treatment team in the Northwest, specializing in Swedish CyberKnife. Dr. Meyer, what can you tell us about a prostate cancer diagnosis?
Well, being diagnosed with prostate cancer is life-changing, but realize that there are a lot of excellent treatment options.
What makes CyberKnife so effective?
Well, the CyberKnife targets radiation precisely on the prostate cancer and spares the surrounding vital organs. Swedish CyberKnife patients report a better quality of life and fewer side effects during and after treatment compared to other options. Also, the treatment is completed in just 5 short sessions.
Accurate, precise, and with proven results. Learn more about CyberKnife for prostate cancer at swedish.org/CyberKnife prostate or give them a call, 206-320-7187. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Got some decent answer the question jerk questions. If you want to jump in here, you can. 866-979-3776. There's definitely still room. Plus, Word's not working on this computer, so I'm using like WordPad or one of these other ridiculous programs. So we'll see if I'm able to even read all of this, Brock, when it all comes down to it here at 9:45. Yeah,
great.
I know. Well, I don't set this stuff up. I don't know why Word won't work. It needs to be registered or something. I don't have that kind of capability.
Are you sounding like Bob and Clayton? Is that what we're trying to do right now?
No.
Trying to complain about the 8 goons at AT&T or something's wrong? Are you in complain mode right now?
I'm not in complain mode.
Just because you can't be in the desert in your reptilian mode, waking up to the sunshine every day, hanging out with Shannon, hanging out with Tucker and Shannon.
I'm just
and everything and all the joy
that
down
we're
there.
having a challenge because Word is not functioning on this
sounds
computer.
Sounds like you're kind of complaining.
Well, you're the second person to accuse me of that today. Somebody accused me of complaining complaining earlier because I didn't want to give up Derek Hall.
You could put it in the Google Doc.
Huh? I don't have that open on this computer at the moment. We're using WordPad. It's fine. We got Shannon Drayer. Hi, Shannon. What's up?
You tell me.
You missing us, Shanny? You missing
Sounds
us
like
a
you're
little?
having issues there.
Nah, they're not too bad. They're not too serious. They're not too serious. We're doing okay. How about you? How are you doing? What's going on down there?
Does it feel kind of empty without the table, without the director chairs, without us, creating all the chaos that we do? Does it feel a little empty around there?
It was really tough to come into work today. I'm not going to lie. It's just, that little ray of sunshine that is Mike Salk is not here right now. Just the infinite curiosity of Brock Heward getting into everything.
Yep.
That energy is missed as well. Tucker is in an absolute all-out funk right now, and hopefully you might have to come down. Yeah, so I don't know how we're all going on.
I don't know how anybody goes to work when I'm not there. It seems very challenging, but I'm glad you were able to do it, Shannon. Let's start with Bryce Miller. What is your? I don't like obliques. They make me a little nervous. What's going on with his side?
They're insisting that had this been in the season, he probably wouldn't have even said anything about it. It is soreness. MRI showed inflammation, no tear or anything like that, not even the lowest grade. So I think that they feel pretty confident that he is going to be okay. And if you sit down, if you look at the off days, he's probably going to be out of that number 5 spot. So he does have a little bit of extra time. And even if you had to skip a start at the beginning with him and maybe throw Emerson out there or maybe throw somebody else out there, this does not seem like something that's going to linger. It was a typical spring soreness. And I think that I'm buying that. He is going to try and play a light catch today. And they said they'll shut him down if he feels anything. They don't want to take any risks with this whatsoever, and they've got the time and the luxury of doing that right now.
Gosh, are the birds out?
They're
even
really
the birds
loud.
are making noise in our absence. So I think they're even chirping like, where's our guys?
The birds are incredibly loud this morning.
Where's Mora? Where's Salt? Yeah, you got some serious birds chirping right now, Shanny. Where do we find you? Are you at the facility yet? Are you in that beautiful backyard with the birds? Where are we?
I am out in front of the facility right now looking for a little bit of shade. It has been very hot if you've been following along.
Yeah, it felt like this may be the hottest early stretch that the guys have had. Is that fair?
Without question.
Yeah.
And the temps should come down in the next couple of days. Very impressive that Cal caught a full 9 innings before he left for the WBC on a 90-plus day. They told him he didn't have to do that. He insisted on it and looked no worse for wear afterwards.
So is everyone gone now? Are all the WBC folks gone?
Everybody but one. Andres Munoz is still here. And
why?
He's going to do his work vault. He doesn't feel that he needs all the other stuff around him. He loves being here, so when they need him to pitch, give me a call. He went to the barbecue that Team Mexico had the other night and had a good time, but he wants to do the majority of his work here. As long as he can, he will stay here and do that.
Why is that funny?
Awesome. That's just awesome. I love that. I love it. I love you guys, but I love my guys more. And by the way, we should have put him on our list. When we said Logan is like the most likable, most lovable guy, there actually are a bunch of them. And Andres has got to be right on that list as well. You mentioned the name, and I can feel your smile through the phone, Shannon. Does he not just light up a room and bring a smile to everybody's face?
He's probably the most genuine personality that's ever been, not just in the Mariners clubhouse, but in any major league clubhouse. I sat him down for a video 2 days ago. That should come out this afternoon. And it's just to sit down and have a conversation with Andres Munoz on a bunch of different topics. And, some are baseball related and interesting. He talks about how he learned English, which is just so impressive. But for him, it's just he has not changed one bit as far as personality, demeanor, who he is since he got here. And it's just, you hear the joy to be around term thrown around probably far too much, but there's no other way to describe him.
Where's JP Crawford at? Looks like he's in the lineup today for the first time DHing. So is this now kind of heading towards all systems go for him?
Yeah, everything that he's done, he's actually hit down on the minor league fields for a few days now, had live ABs there. It's going to be still a little while. Sometime next week, he'll return to shortstop. Throwing is something that he is easing into. I think he was supposed to play another catch today, but he's still not doing the full infield drills. He's doing the field only on that, but a huge step that he is able to DH. And I don't think there's any concern. In fact, I've asked around a couple of times because it does seem like, this is going on, and we're kind of getting to the point where you do start asking him the questions. They say absolutely no concerns with him being ready for the season.
So Shannon Drayer here with us down there from the headquarters in Peoria. Now with the guys of the WBC, save for Andres out, who does that open the most opportunity for in the coming weeks?
Strangely enough, I think it's probably, we talk about the young infielders and the Colt Emerson and all eyes. Now I'm going to have to walk inside. Now we've got heavy equipment and lifts going by. It's going to get very loud. There's not a quiet place in this camp. I think
just go stand next to Victor Robles. Should be very quiet there.
Yeah, he'll start shouting, yes, without question. Copier, that's loud. Office, I have to be quiet in here. Just hold on, we're getting there.
Try the clubhouse, see what happens.
Isn't it great? So you know exactly where she's at right now.
I know, and I know the challenge she's dealing with because I've had the same problem of where am I going to go that isn't going to annoy everybody else? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep. So let me reframe it as you relocate. Let me reframe the question for you. With all the guys out the door and a bunch of them in the lineup and have been in the lineup the last 7, 8, 9, 10 days, who does this open up some runway for, some opportunity for with maybe a young player or two?
I think obviously the catchers, and they do need to establish who is going to be the number 2 catcher on the Mariners' 26-man roster. And so you are looking at Mitch Garver there, who obviously has a relationship with Cal Raleigh. Kinzer has put in all sorts of good work since the moment that he was signed. He did a lot of things with guys in the offseason where he was able to do. And then Peretta, who is the more established glove, good defensive catcher. And Dan Wilson said today that we really would like to get Cal some more days off this year, but I'm not going to believe that till I actually see it. That hasn't worked with any manager yet in Cal Raleigh, so we'll see. But that'll be kind of under scrutiny and trying to figure that one out. And, of course, options will play into that and salaries as well, perhaps. But I do think there is some intrigue there. And then the other place I think will be in the outfield. The infield is going to be pretty intact. You're just losing Josh Naylor. So it's, they will still do what they can do to get Emerson, those at bats to see where he's at and if he's a possibility and when he's a possibility. Cole Young is a priority to get him ready for this. So that'll be a little bit tough. Michael Arroyo had all sorts of, he's gone, but I'm sure he'll be back probably within a week. But, we could see him out in the outfield a little bit when he comes back. And then I think that really opens the door for Alaz Montez, Brennan Davis, who has kind of opened us some eyes early on. I think that's probably where you're going to see most of it. And then maybe even some others down in the minors. It might be a little bit of a challenge. They might need a little bit of extra help filling those innings, particularly if it stays really hot.
Can I ask you a question? Ask you about a guy that we didn't see, that we haven't talked to, but Salk went through a pretty cool piece by the Cespedes Barbecue guys, kind of laying out the young core and the players under 26 and the impact in the rotation and the impact in the lineup and the impact in different spots. Is it my namesake Brock? Is it Roden? Because he was listed. Rodden. Talk to me about him, because I do see his name pop up in the social realms and those that kind of cover the minor leaguers, and they even mentioned his name, right? So wasn't he one of their top 5 guys that they kind of recognized in the kind of position, the silo that he was in? Tell me about Brock.
Well, he's, first of all, on the all Shannon Drayer team. I can almost look him in the eye, which is always a little bit weird when I can do that with anybody, but I have a great appreciation for them. He would fit into a utility infielder role. He is a guy that can play all the positions except for first on the infield. He is a guy that has had a lot of spring training experience. His first year, and he had like a month after signing, he won the D to Z competition in the minors, which is the minor league player that has the best D to Z rating at the end of their season, and that person gets an automatic invite to big league spring training. So he has been in every spring training since he was drafted. And I was just kind of thinking the other day, he left the game early. Like, everything was fine. It was just like, hey, we're not going to use you. Go ahead and leave. The day before most of the WBCers left. And I thought to myself, I think this was the first game where we will not have seen him in the ninth inning. He's played a ton this year, but he is somebody that pretty competent glove, a good idea of what he's doing at the plate. I think he's made some progress the last couple of years, and he is one of those that would kind of fall into the category if you needed somebody for a short while. You know, there are a lot of guys that will come up and you know, it's just, you know, it's not to take over a spot, but I think his path will be his versatility and also kind of a trust factor. But he's a gamer. He can be pretty scrappy out there. He can do a little bit of everything out there, and I think utility player is probably what the stamp is on him right now.
Do you want to give that bird your phone? Like, it really wants to weigh in on all of these conversations.
It sounds like Brock Holt, by the way. It sounds like you've just redescribed Brock Holt.
Well, it sounds like the all Shannon Drayer Club is really well, no, you eliminate the height of it. Okay, we're done with the height stuff. Scrappy, hard-nosed, tough. Available. I mean, that's the all Shannon Drayer Club right there.
Shannon, last thing, and then we'll let you run and find a quiet place. The two kids pitched this weekend. What did you see from Kate Anderson and Ryan Sloan? How cool was that?
Oh, that was fun. That lived up to the billing. Kate Anderson, good first inning, and ran into a little trouble with the strike zone of the command in the second inning, but the stuff was as advertised. And, you know, he's not a guy that is going to be an extremely high velo guy. He's a guy that's going to go out there and pitch. And he did, and he said afterwards there were no nerves, and, you know, he's pitched on big stages before, and it was basically just kind of another day of work. Ryan Sloan only got one inning, and it was disappointing that he only got one inning. I believe it was 12 pitches, 10 strikes. His first pitch came in at 99 miles an hour for a strike. His strikeout was on a 99-mile-an-hour fastball, and the breaking ball looked fantastic too. And he's just, you know, it's hard to believe that he has only just turned 20, and the poise was there, and he got out to the mound to the point where Anderson started, and Ryan came in, I believe, in the fourth inning after Logan Gilbert. And he got out to the mound, and all of a sudden he turns to the dugout and puts his hands up. And we thought it was a pitch comm issue. No, they forgot to give him a pitch comm. He didn't even have it. And he was fine. And then he had a batter that was, you know, arguing with the umpire because the umpire wouldn't do the challenge. He said he was too late. And all Sloan did was put his head down, took another trip around the mound, and fired in a strike in the next pitch as well. And really just the stuff is fantastic. And he did not throw the two-seamer, and that's something that he's been working on. And I think that was probably smart. If you've only got one inning, throw what you know and what is good. The two-seamer is about 2 weeks old right now, but the maturity in the stuff has been fantastic. And you look at Anderson and think, if this is his starting point right now, you understand why they say you could see him some point this year. And they're actually saying the same thing about Sloan, too.
Shannon, that's all fun. All fun, except this all makes me sad because I wish I was still there hanging out with you and watching baseball all this week and next week and the week after that. But we'll make do until they get up here March 26th for opening day. Shannon, thank you. Much appreciated. We'll talk again this week.
You got it, guys.
All right, there you go. The great Shannon Drayer, our Mariners insider.
I feel like those birds were chasing her around.
They were super loud.
Like as an elf, the pigeon lady, like they all just kind of followed the pigeon lady around. I felt like no matter where she went, it was not Elf. I think it was Elf, right? The bird lady? No? Why are you giving me that look?
I don't remember that.
Oh, okay.
In Elf.
In Central Park, yeah, I think there was a bird lady. But I kind of felt like, no matter where she went, in front of the facility, in the facility, out the back of the facility, those birds wanted to be a part of the Brock Salk Show.
Who can blame them?
And who doesn't? Who doesn't?
Now is a chance for everybody else to be a part of the Brock Salk Show because we're going to answer your questions in Answer the Question Jerk.
This is Brock and Salk's Answer the Question Jerk.
Keep asking questions. Come on, I'll answer them. Come on, I'm here. I'm going to answer your questions, dang it. Answer my question! The question, jerk!
Well, don't just stand there. Answer the question, jerk!
I think I was trying to explain John McEnroe to one of my kids and their friend this weekend. Just how mad he was.
Oh, feisty.
That ball is clearly in.
Talking about Coach Carroll last hour,
yeah.
I think I shot you a text. You know who was on my flight home as I was getting on the flight?
Yeah.
And I didn't get to see him until we were like in line boarding, and then we sat in different areas. Scott Service.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wearing all my Mariners gear. And I was like, oh, it's got to be hard. Just like it's kind of hard for Pete, I'm sure. Maybe probably even harder for Pete since he struggled, right? And the Raiders struggled so mightily. But I was thinking about, after I sat down and Scott said, like, gosh, that must be hard. Because he was a part of all that stuff we talked about, the formation of it, the rebuild of it, all the
Let's
retooling.
spend a few minutes on that tomorrow. I have some thoughts on Scott. I've been thinking a lot about Scott. Yeah, let's spend a few minutes on that tomorrow. Thank you for bringing that up because I have some thoughts on that, and
cool.
they kind of crystallized while I was down in the building all last week. All right. Bird Lady is from Home Alone, which makes sense. I've never seen it.
So many texts about that. Home Alone 2.
Thank you.
Never seen
Thank
that,
you.
which is why I had no idea what you were talking about.
Well, let's shut your mouth. You've never seen Home Alone?
No.
Stop
we've
it.
given him crap about this multiple times.
I mean, like, it's
since
on
Justin
purpose.
was on
It's
the
not
show.
like I've never happened to seen it. Like I've purposely not watched Home Alone.
It's a horrible decision.
It really is amazing how much I get grilled on the show.
But like,
for
I don't
things
want.
that
It looks. Like,
I
know what
watch.
the movie's about. I've seen parts of it. It is couldn't be less my style.
This is what I mean. I say things aren't interesting to me. I get grilled for it. You say things aren't interesting to you, and it's like, oh well, it's fine. Like that's the norm.
And that's exactly how I feel about Die Hard. I won't watch it either. I know what it's about, and it's not my style.
I say today, I'm a big fan of Pardon My Take. At the break, Salk goes, I could not be paid to listen to that. It's like the biggest sports podcast in the world. It's wildly popular.
Not my
Lyle, thank you. I said to Molly yesterday, just full disclosure, we're family. So I just said to Molly, I'm like, I'm a little worried about Lyle. Because I haven't felt like the juice and the energy.
I know.
Just more of that, please, Lyle. More of that.
Okay. If you
I
say
love
so.
that. Oh,
It's
I
like
say so.
Pick your spots.
It's like
No,
a
I say so.
slingshot where you wind it up and.
I say so. More of that, please.
All right, let's see what we got for questions from the people out here. Jerks. Did you relish your time in Arizona knowing you wouldn't be there next year because of the looming strike? Mike, are you angry now? I mean, I don't know why you got to bring that up.
I might be back down there this weekend, by the way. I'll be watching the Mariners Saturday. Ty's got a little football Sunday, so I'll be back down there.
And it's a lockout. How dare you? Jerks, is cheesecake cake or pie? Doesn't matter. Tastes good.
Both.
It's cheesecake. It's its
definitely
own
not.
thing.
If you were describing it to someone that had no clue what it was, it's not cake.
It's not really cake, but it's not really pie either. I mean, I guess it's got
It has a
pie
crust,
crust. Yeah, maybe
More
it's
pie. More pie.
More pie, but it's really neither.
Cake.
Jerks, my work is in the middle of starch madness. The matchup today is waffle fries versus loaded potato skins. Which is better? First of all, let me tip the cap to starch madness. That is a great idea.
That is
Love that.
terrific.
Horrified that and just jealous that I didn't think of it.
Especially in this low carb, no carb era.
I'm going loaded potato skins for sure.
So loaded potato skins versus what?
Waffle fries. Easy one.
Oh, yeah, loaded potato. No question.
Potato skins, by the way, they've sort of disappeared. They used to be like the appetizer of choice at every American pub. And now, like, you can't even find them.
You haven't been to a TGI Fridays in a while.
It's kind of a fair amount of work, Salt.
I kind of wish I had. I should have gone in Peoria. There's probably 12 of them there.
Probably is.
I actually kind of like TGI Fridays. They got
Little
that Jack
bacon.
Daniel's sauce. Yeah, little bacon
Little
bits on there.
cheese, little sour cream, little
Yeah, I do like
chives.
that.
Yeah,
I do like a loaded potato skin.
That should run away with that.
Yeah. Underrated. They should come back in fashion.
You a twice baked potato guy too?
Yeah, I like that.
Yes.
In fact, I love that.
I like all forms of potato.
Twice baked potato is super underrated.
Yep.
Super underrated.
And Lyle, you don't put any starch in your body, right?
I don't know about none, but I usually eat sweet potatoes if anything. I feel like
Sweet potatoes are good. All right, Jerks, Salk, with golf season here, how can I get in on a round with you at home course or Chambers one of these days? I mean, kind of two answers. One, pay for it, or two, just show up at usually the home course around 11:30 on Friday. It's pretty easy.
Be careful. It's going to be a long line.
I'm sure.
Careful.
Everybody's desperate to play golf
Be
with me.
Careful.
Yeah. Watch me lose balls.
So I failed miserably. Well,
I had a nice
didn't fail
birdie
mi-
yesterday, though.
So along those lines, we gave a little award at our conference for the person that traveled the farthest.
Okay.
So I was like, a couple thousand men at this thing. And I'm like, if you traveled from out of state, I thought there'd be like, I don't know, it's dumb, 10 to 15. Like, there were like 150 guys. The game barely filled up the stage. I'm like, I'm an idiot.
Yeah,
that was
blew
dumb.
that one.
So you bring that up, Salk, be careful, man.
Yeah,
see people waiting to play with you Friday.
Well, that's fine. I guess the only problem is if they all start taking the 11:30 tee times on Friday, then I'm screwed. I won't be able to play. I won't be there.
True.
Yeah. So don't go crazy. Don't do that. I misspoke. Jerks, every time I go to a nice restaurant these days, I see somebody wearing a baseball cap. I was taught that is poor etiquette. Yeah. Don't wear your baseball cap to a nice restaurant.
Agreed.
Or your team jersey.
Unless you tuck it in. With a really nice belt.
That's good luck. That's classy really anywhere. Last week, you guys featured Larry Salk, as usual, making his spring training visit. Since your dad is such a hit, Mike, why not make a regular segment with him, especially during the baseball season? Maybe he could even record Here's the Thing, or at least when he comes to visit, make sure he comes on with you guys. That would be awesome.
Yeah, I would agree.
The visiting, yes. I think what you would find with my dad is less
more.
sometimes, less is more. More is not always more.
I feel like we might prompt you guys to get into an actual fight.
No, just more is not always more. You're getting the right amount of Larry Salk.
I will say, for some reason, this one stuck that much more.
Really?
I think it was his genius, the way that he nailed all of those questions.
Great at minutia.
He's a character.
Well, I mean, he watches Jeopardy every day. Like, he's good at minutia. Yeah.
He
That wasn't
really
a
is
surprise.
he really is a character.
Yeah, that's true.
He'd be a great board op.
My dad?
Oh, when he was yes.
Yeah, he can't pay attention. He didn't have the concentration for that.
Really?
Yeah. And he can't listen to two things
My
at
dad
once.
would be a great golf marshal. Told him that for years.
Yeah. Hey, you hit it too
welcoming
good.
everybody the first hole, telling everybody about his kids. He'd be amazing about the course, the time. He'd coach every once in a while.
Why doesn't he do that?
I don't know.
Hey, you ever
I
been
don't
on
know.
Lake Taps? We got to go. I was going to ask you about Lake Taps. I flew in over Lake Taps as I was just like over the whole lake, and then I didn't know what it was, so I looked it up on Google
awesome.
Maps later. It looks really cool.
Yeah.
All
That's
these
where
like
the rich
little
people
bridges
lived when
and
I
stuff?
grew up, Salk.
Is that what it is?
Oh, yeah.
It's all
Like
rich
when I
people
was in
there.
Puyallup, down by the fair in a van.
All right.
Lake Taps.
It looked cool from the plane.
It is pretty cool. Fun golf course. A lot of
looked
water.
like it, yeah.
9 holes. You should
Well,
play it.
the more water, the better for me, I would say. All right, we got to go. Lyle, come on. It's time for us to leave.
That's on you. I don't get to say the words.
Oh, that's my fault.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. That
All right,
more
we got to
more
get
Lyle.
going, but we will be back at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. And until then, the hay
is in the barn.
See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper! ESPN senior baseball writer Buster Olney with Bump and Stacy.
Can you remember a season with this high of expectations for the Mariners?
No, nothing like this. Starting the season, a World Series appearance seems totally reasonable. If you pick any other team than the Dodgers to win, given their strength, you're kind of inventing a reason. But I'm picking the Mariners. I've got them on the record. I just don't want to be like everybody else and pick the Dodgers.
The full interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
It took us 93 years to build this reputation, but it'll take just 5 minutes to ruin it. If you think about that, you'll do things differently.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel welcomes Seattle Golf Show March 13th through 15th at Puyallups Washington State Fair Event Center. Parking's free. Get front door bonus golf, see 100 exhibits, top courses, and shop big brands with Putts Golf. Tickets, seattlegolfshow.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
This season, go electric with Toyota's BZ lineup, available now at Toyota of Kirkland. Instant power, smooth acceleration, and a quiet ride that feels like warm-ups before the stadium fills. Come in, take a test drive, and experience the future of driving for yourself. You can take home your new BZ the same day right after you test drive it. Charge up this season at Toyota of Kirkland and visit them today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com. That's toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.